Welcome, young dreamer, to a tale of boundless courage and unwavering honor. Tonight, we journey through the extraordinary life of Godric Gryffindor, the bravest of Hogwarts' four founders, whose scarred hands built dreams from ashes, and whose lion heart roared defiance against hatred itself. As you settle beneath warm covers in your peaceful chamber, let these words carry you through ancient moors and forgotten battles, where a motherless boy learned that true courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to stand against darkness when others cannot. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of chivalry, where every scar told a story and every victory was earned through sacrifice that would echo through 1,000 years. In the wild heart of ancient Britain, where Celtic mists danced with Saxon winds, and old magic flowed like underground rivers, through forgotten stone, there stood a village that history would remember, not for its name, but for the legend it birthed. The year was perhaps 943, though time moved differently in those days when seasons were counted by harvests rather than calendars, and a man's worth was measured by the steel he carried and the oaths he kept. This was a place where the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds grew thin as morning fog, where ancient standing stones hummed with power that predated written memory, and where the very earth itself seemed to pulse with energies that modern wizards would struggle to comprehend. The village nestled in a valley carved by glaciers countless ages past, surrounded by moors that stretched toward horizons where purple heather met grey sky in lines that shifted like living things. Here, the wind carried voices of ancestors who had walked these paths when Rome was young, when druids gathered beneath oak trees to work magic that required no wands, when the distinction between witch and warrior was meaningless, because survival demanded both steel and spell in equal measure. The houses were built from local stone, their walls thick enough to withstand both winter storms and the occasional magical creature that wandered down from the highlands seeking warmth or prey. It was into this world of ancient power and primal beauty that Godric Gryffindor was born on a night when the aurora borealis painted the northern sky in colors that had no names, when wolves sang to a moon that seemed close enough to touch, and when every wise woman in 3 counties felt the earth itself shiver with recognition. The child came into the world motherless, as if destiny itself had decided that his story must begin with loss, with an absence that would shape everything he would become, and everyone he would protect in years yet to be written. Some say his mother died bringing him into the world, her life spent like a candle flame guttering out in a sudden wind, leaving behind only warmth and memory, and a child whose first breath carried the weight of sacrifice he was too young to understand. Others, those who favored more romantic tales, claimed she was a foreign witch of extraordinary beauty and mysterious origins who vanished one morning like mist before sunrise, leaving behind only a sleeping infant and questions that would never be answered. The truth, buried beneath layers of gossip and speculation, and the peculiar alchemy by which facts become legend, mattered less than the reality that shaped young Godric's earliest years. He was raised by his father alone, a man whose bloodline stretched back through centuries of pure magical heritage to times when wizards ruled as kings, and the very stones obeyed their will. Lord Gryffindor, as he was known to those who dared speak his name, was a figure of iron principle and granite determination, shaped by traditions that valued strength above sentiment and duty above personal desire. His affection was genuine, but carefully rationed, dispensed like medicine that might lose its potency if given too freely, and his expectations were as unforgiving as winter storms that tested whether villages would survive to see another spring. The castle that had been the Gryffindor seat for more generations than any living man could count was built from the same grey stone as the moors themselves, as if it had grown from the earth rather than been constructed by human hands. Its walls rose like cliffs from foundations that had been blessed by druids and reinforced by Roman engineers and strengthened by Saxon war chiefs, each generation adding their own layer of protection and power until the very stones hummed with accumulated magic that could be felt like electricity before thunderstorms. Within those walls, discipline ruled every moment of Godric's young life with the inexorable precision of sunrise and sunset. From the age of 4, when most children were still learning to speak in complete sentences, young Godric was already absorbing lessons that would have challenged apprentices twice his age. His father believed that magical ability, without proper guidance, was like wildfire, without boundaries, beautiful perhaps, but ultimately destructive to everything it touched. The boy learned to read not from children's tales, but from ancient grimoires written in languages that predated the Roman occupation, absorbing knowledge about spellcraft and magical theory with the unconscious ease that other children might memorize nursery rhymes. The training was harsh but never cruel, designed to forge strength rather than break spirit, to build character that could withstand pressures that would destroy lesser souls. Godric learned that magic was not a game, but a responsibility, not entertainment, but a sacred trust, passed down through bloodlines that had earned their power through centuries of service and sacrifice. He memorized the genealogies of every important magical family in Britain, understanding that knowledge of lineage was knowledge of power, that alliances forged in one generation might save lives in the next. But perhaps the most important lessons concerned the world beyond their magical valley, the vast realm where those without magic lived their brief and fragile lives in ignorance of the forces that shaped their destiny. His father spoke of muggles with careful neutrality that masked deeper currents of concern and ancient wisdom earned through bitter experience. They were not evil. Lord Gryffindor explained during long evening lessons by firelight that danced with shadows on stone walls. But they were dangerous in their ignorance, unpredictable in their fear, capable of violence that could destroy centuries of careful secrecy in moments of panic. The warnings were rooted in history that stretched back through generations of careful record-keeping and painful memory. Ancient, blood-sealed alliances between wizard and muggle kings had been shattered by religious zealotry that painted all magic as demonic, turning former allies into hunters who saw supernatural ability as evidence of corruption that must be burned away. Villages that had once welcomed hedge witches for their healing knowledge now whispered of dark compacts and satanic influence, creating an atmosphere where even the most beneficial magic was viewed with suspicion that could ignite into violence without warning. Crossing into Muggle lands without proper preparation and protection was courting disaster that could endanger not just the foolish individual but entire magical communities that depended on secrecy for survival. The caution his father preached was born not from prejudice, but from pragmatic understanding that magical superiority in combat was meaningless if it exposed their entire world to persecution and destruction. Better to maintain separation than risk the kind of conflict that could only end in tragedy for both sides. Mutual annihilation that would serve no cause but ignorance and fear. Yet even as young Godric absorbed these lessons with the dutiful attention that his upbringing demanded, something within him rebelled against the careful boundaries that confined his world. Perhaps it was the restless curiosity that seemed to burn in his blood like inherited fire, or perhaps it was simply the natural rebellion of youth against wisdom that felt like imprisonment. Whatever the source, he found himself drawn again and again to the edges of their valley, to places where the magical protections grew thin, and he could glimpse the world his father warned him to avoid. From hiding places among ancient standing stones that thrummed with power older than human memory, he would watch Muggle peasants working their fields with patient dedication that seemed to mock his father's warnings about their weakness and ignorance. These were not the dangerous fanatics of cautionary tales, but ordinary people living ordinary lives, struggling against weather and disease, and the thousand small cruelties that made existence difficult for those without magic to ease their burdens. They laughed at their children's games, wept over their dead, celebrated marriages, and mourned failures with emotions that seemed no different from what he observed in his own magical community. Were they truly so different? These people who lived without the power that shaped every aspect of his existence, were they really so dangerous that even acknowledging their humanity represented a threat to everything his ancestors had built? The questions grew stronger with each secret observation, each glimpse of Muggle life that contradicted the careful warnings he had been taught to accept without question. What he saw was not weakness, but a different kind of strength. Not ignorance, but knowledge, earned through direct experience rather than inherited wisdom. When his father discovered these unauthorized expeditions, as discovery was inevitable given the magical monitoring that surrounded their territory, his fury was swift and comprehensive, the kind of anger that made the very air crackle with barely contained power. But beneath the rage was something else, something that looked almost like fear, as if young Godric's curiosity represented a threat to carefully constructed beliefs that had guided the family for generations. The confrontation that followed would remain burned in the boy's memory for the rest of his life. A moment when childhood innocence collided with adult responsibility in ways that changed both participants forever. "You call this courage?" his father roared, his voice echoing off stone walls that had witnessed similar arguments for centuries. "But it is nothing more than the foolishness of a child who thinks himself wiser than his ancestors. True courage requires wisdom to guide it, understanding of consequences that extend beyond immediate gratification. You would not dare approach within 2 leagues of a mountain troll, would you, boy? Yet you think yourself brave enough to challenge traditions that have kept our people safe since before your great-grandfather's time." The accusation stung because it contained enough truth to wound, enough accuracy to penetrate the armor of youthful self-righteousness that had protected Godric from doubt. He had never faced a mountain troll, had never tested his courage against anything more dangerous than his father's disapproval and the mild magical creatures that wandered through their protected valley. What did he know of real danger, real choice, real courage? The questions hung in the air between them like smoke from a dying fire, impossible to ignore but too painful to examine directly. But even as shame burned in his chest like swallowed flame, something deeper responded to the challenge, with the stubborn determination that would define his entire life. If courage required testing, then he would test it. If wisdom demanded experience, then he would seek experience. If his father questioned his bravery, then he would provide proof that could not be dismissed or diminished by adult skepticism. The decision formed in his mind, with the crystal clarity that comes only in moments when destiny reveals itself through apparently simple choices. For beyond the immediate sting of his father's rebuke lay a deeper truth that the boy was only beginning to understand. The suspicions his father spoke of were not imaginary, but growing stronger with each passing season, fed by whispers and rumors that spread like infection through Muggle communities already made nervous by changes they could not understand. Religious zealots preached sermons about the corruption that magic brought to pure souls, while village wise women who had once worked openly to heal the sick now found themselves accused of trafficking with demons for the crime of easing suffering through supernatural means. The hatred that these zealots spread was indeed like plague in its virulence and speed, turning neighbor against neighbor and creating an atmosphere where even the most beneficial magic was viewed as evidence of moral corruption that threatened the very fabric of Christian society. Where once there had been careful cooperation between magical and non-magical healers, Now there was growing suspicion that made any interaction dangerous for both sides. The old alliances, the ancient understanding that had allowed both communities to prosper through mutual respect and careful boundaries, were crumbling under pressure from forces that neither side fully understood. It was against this backdrop of growing tension and his father's stinging challenge that young Godric made the decision that would change everything. He would seek out the mountain troll that was said to haunt the high tors of Dartmoor, the ancient creature whose very name was whispered in fearful tones by those brave enough to speak of it at all. He would face the monster that had been the subject of nightmares and cautionary tales since before living memory, proving once and for all that his courage was not the fantasy of an untested boy but the genuine article, worthy of the Gryffindor name and the responsibilities that came with it. The preparation for such an undertaking required careful planning that occupied the restless energy of his adolescent mind for weeks. He studied every scrap of information about mountain trolls that existed in his father's extensive library, learning about their habits and weaknesses, their territorial patterns, and preferred hunting grounds. The creatures were ancient, even by magical standards, remnants of an earlier age when the world was wilder and more dangerous, when survival required constant vigilance and the ability to kill or be killed without hesitation or mercy. Mountain trolls differed from their smaller cousins in both size and intelligence, possessed of a cunning that made them far more dangerous than their reputation for stupidity might suggest. They were not mere brutes but apex predators, capable of planning and strategy, able to learn from their mistakes and adapt their tactics to overcome the defenses of their prey. Their hide was thick enough to turn aside all but the most powerful spells, their strength sufficient to shatter stone walls or uproot ancient trees, their hunger legendary among those who had been unfortunate enough to encounter them and survive to tell the tale. But what made mountain trolls truly terrifying was their longevity and memory. Unlike humans, who might forget old grudges and ancient injuries, these creatures could hold hatred for centuries, nurturing resentment across generations until it became a form of madness that drove them to acts of breathtaking cruelty. They remembered every slight, every defeat, every moment of pain or humiliation, and they repaid such debts with interest that accumulated over decades of patient planning and careful stalking. The particular troll that was said to haunt Dartmoor was older than the village itself, a creature of legend that had been terrorizing the region since before the Norman conquest, when Saxon thanes still ruled from hilltop fortresses and magic was more common than it would ever be again. Travelers spoke of glimpsing its massive form moving through morning mists like a walking mountain, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence that suggested awareness far beyond what any normal beast might possess. Some claimed it was no longer entirely natural, but had been transformed by centuries of exposure to wild magic into something that existed between the world of flesh and the realm of nightmares. Yet for all its fearsome reputation, the creature had patterns that could be studied and weaknesses that might be exploited by someone clever enough to recognize them and brave enough to act upon such knowledge. It preferred the high country, the windswept tors where ancient stone circles marked places of power that predated human civilization. It hunted at night when its natural advantages were greatest, using darkness and terrain to overcome the superior speed and agility of its prey. Most importantly, it was solitary by nature, meaning that anyone bold enough to face it would not have to worry about encountering a pack or family group. Armed with this knowledge and burning with the need to prove himself worthy of his heritage, Godric chose a grey morning when fog rolled across the moors like a living thing, and the very air seemed to whisper warnings about the folly of venturing into places where ancient powers still held sway. He left the village without fanfare or farewell, carrying only his wand, his determination, and the stubborn pride that would not let him accept his father's implied accusation of cowardice without challenge. The journey to Dartmoor required crossing territories that few wizards had explored in living memory, places where the magical and mundane worlds intersected in ways that could be dangerous for the unprepared. Here, the very landscape seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of the eye, paths appearing and disappearing according to laws that had nothing to do with normal geography. Ancient burial mounds rose from the earth like green mountains, their interiors hidden by protections that made the air shimmer with barely visible power, while stone circles, older than recorded history, marked places where the boundaries between worlds grew thin enough to step through for those who possessed the knowledge and courage to attempt such passage. As he walked deeper into this primordial landscape, following paths that seemed to remember the footsteps of druids and Celtic warriors, Godric felt the weight of his own mortality in ways that had never occurred to him before. This was not the protected valley of his childhood, where every tree and stone had been blessed by generations of his ancestors. This was wild country, where magic ran free and unchecked, where the natural world operated according to rules that predated human civilization and would continue long after the last human voice had been silenced. The fog that surrounded him seemed to pulse with its own life, reaching toward him with tendrils that carried scents of earth and decay and something else, something older and more fundamental than either. Sometimes he thought he glimpsed shapes moving within the mist, figures that might have been other travelers or might have been echoes of those who had walked these paths in ages past. The very air seemed thick with possibility and danger, charged with the kind of raw, magical energy that could kill the unprepared or transform them into something that was no longer entirely human. It was in this place between worlds, where the boundaries between past and present grew as thin as the mist itself, that Godric encountered the monster he had come so far to face. The mountain troll that emerged from the fog was larger than any creature he had ever imagined, a walking nightmare of muscle and bone and malevolent intelligence that regarded him with eyes that held the accumulated hatred of centuries. This was no mere beast, but a force of nature given form, a remnant of an earlier age, when the world was younger and more dangerous and survival required constant vigilance against threats that could end civilizations. The battle that followed was unlike anything in young Godric's experience or imagination. A clash between human courage and primordial fury that tested every skill he had learned and every instinct he possessed. Magic crackled between them like lightning trapped in amber, while the very ground beneath their feet cracked and heaved under the pressure of powers that were never meant to meet in direct confrontation. This was not the controlled dueling that his father had taught him, but warfare in its purest form. Kill or be killed, survive or become another cautionary tale whispered around fires on dark nights. But even as he fought for his life against an enemy that seemed to embody every nightmare that had ever haunted human sleep, something within Godric awakened that had been sleeping since his birth. Perhaps it was the magic of the place itself, the accumulated power of centuries of ritual and sacrifice that had made this landscape sacred to forgotten gods. Perhaps it was simply the moment when potential became reality, when the boy, who had always wondered about his courage, finally discovered whether that courage was real or merely wishful thinking. The troll fell at last, brought down not by superior strength, but by intelligence and determination, and the kind of desperate courage that emerges only when everything that matters hangs in the balance. Godric stood over the massive corpse, breathing hard and bleeding from a dozen wounds, understanding for the first time what it truly meant to test oneself against forces that could destroy not just the body, but the soul itself. He had faced his father's challenge and emerged victorious, proven himself worthy of the Gryffindor name and the legacy it represented. But victory came at a cost that he was only beginning to understand as consciousness faded and the world around him dissolved into darkness that was somehow warm and welcoming rather than frightening. When awareness returned, it was not to the cold stone of his ancestral hall or the familiar comfort of his own bed, but to something entirely different, something that would change the course of his life in ways that neither prophecy nor preparation could have predicted. The first sensation was warmth, the gentle heat of a fire built for comfort rather than necessity, its light dancing across rough walls that spoke of humble craftsmanship rather than noble architecture. The second was the scent of something that might have been healing broth, simple fare prepared with care and skill that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with human kindness. The third, and perhaps most surprising, was the sound of a voice, young and clear and entirely unafraid, speaking words of comfort to someone she apparently believed deserved such kindness. As his vision cleared and strength slowly returned to limbs that felt as though they had been broken and remade, Godric found himself staring into eyes that held wisdom far beyond their apparent years, a depth of understanding that suggested experiences that no child should have endured. The girl who had found him broken and bleeding and had somehow brought him to safety could not have been older than he was himself, yet there was something about her that spoke of responsibilities shouldered early and burdens accepted without complaint. Ellen, as she introduced herself with the straightforward honesty that would characterize everything about their relationship, was the daughter of Muggle healers, who had taught her skills that required no wand, but were no less magical for their purely human origins. She had found him unconscious and near death, had somehow managed to transport him to this humble cottage despite his weight and her own small stature, had tended his wounds with techniques passed down through generations of women who understood that healing was both art and calling. But what struck him most profoundly was not her skill or her kindness, but her complete lack of fear. She knew what he was, understood that he possessed abilities that most of her people viewed with suspicion at best and terror at worst, yet she showed no sign of the anxiety that such knowledge usually produced in Muggle encounters with the magical world. Instead, she treated him with the matter-of-fact concern she might have shown any injured creature, focusing on his needs rather than the implications of helping someone whose very existence challenged everything her society claimed to believe about the natural order. In the days that followed, as his strength returned and his wounds healed under her careful ministrations, Godric began to understand how completely his father's warnings had failed to capture the true nature of the people they were meant to fear. Ellen's parents, when they returned from their own healing missions in distant villages, greeted their daughter's rescued wizard with the same calm acceptance she had shown, asking no questions about his origins or abilities, but simply ensuring that he had everything necessary for complete recovery. These were not the dangerous fanatics of his father's cautionary tales, but ordinary people whose lives were dedicated to easing the suffering of others, who asked nothing in return for their kindness except the satisfaction of knowing that they had made the world slightly less painful for someone who needed help. They possessed no magic beyond the accumulated wisdom of generations, who had learned to heal through observation and experimentation, yet their abilities seemed no less miraculous for being entirely natural in origin. In their quiet cottage, surrounded by the tools and herbs of their trade, Godric discovered a form of strength that had nothing to do with magical power or noble bloodline, but everything to do with character and compassion, and the daily choice to serve others despite personal cost. Here was courage that required no testing, no dramatic gestures or epic battles, but simply the willingness to extend help to those who needed it, regardless of the potential consequences to oneself. As he watched Ellen work alongside her parents, grinding herbs, and mixing potions that contained no magical ingredients beyond human knowledge and care. He began to understand that his father's warnings about Muggle weakness were based on fundamental misunderstanding about what constituted true strength. These people faced disease and death, and all the cruelties that life could inflict without the protective magic that made such burdens bearable for wizarding families. Yet they not only survived, but found ways to help others survive as well. The revelation was profound and troubling in equal measure, challenging assumptions that had been central to his identity since earliest childhood. If Muggles were not weak, then what justified the careful separation that his father insisted was necessary for their protection? If they were not ignorant, then what gave wizards the right to make decisions about their fate without consultation or consent? If they were not inherently dangerous, then what was the real source of the tensions that seemed to be growing stronger with each passing year? In the warm glow of firelight that danced across walls lined with healing herbs and the accumulated wisdom of generations, young Godric Gryffindor began to glimpse possibilities that would shape the rest of his life and influence the course of magical education for centuries to come. Here, in the home of people who saved lives without spells and eased pain without potions more complex than what nature herself provided, he learned that true magic might have less to do with wands and incantations than with the simple decision to care about the welfare of others. The foundation of his future philosophy was laid in those quiet moments when a Muggle girl showed him that strength could exist without magic, that wisdom could develop without formal education, and that courage could manifest in daily acts of kindness rather than dramatic gestures of heroism. The boy who had left home to prove his bravery against a mountain troll was being transformed by an encounter with someone whose bravery was so natural and constant that she herself was unaware of possessing it. The seasons turned like pages in an ancient book, each chapter marked by subtle changes in the light that filtered through cottage windows and the herbs that grew wild in hedgerows, where magic and mundane wisdom intertwined without conflict. In the gentle rhythm of healing work and quiet conversation, young Godric Gryffindor discovered that education could take forms his formal tutoring had never imagined, that wisdom could bloom in humble gardens, tended by hands that had never held wands but understood secrets that no grimoire contained. His recovery had long since progressed beyond medical necessity. Yet, he found excuses to linger in the cottage that had become more sanctuary than temporary shelter, drawn by lessons that seemed to unfold naturally from the daily work of people who saved lives without fanfare or recognition. Ellen's parents, accepting his presence with the same quiet grace they showed all wounded creatures, gradually began to share knowledge that had been passed down through generations of healers who served their communities with dedication that required no magical enhancement to achieve miraculous results. The secret visits to the cottage became the rhythm around which his entire existence began to revolve, carefully coordinated escapes from his father's watchful supervision that required all the cunning and planning he might have devoted to military campaigns. Each journey across the moors required different routes and timing, varied approaches that would prevent the kind of pattern recognition that might alert protective spells woven around the Gryffindor lands, enchantments designed to track his movements and ensure his safety, but which now felt more like chains than protection. In the early morning hours before dawn painted the eastern sky with colors that had no names in any human language, he would slip from the ancient castle like a ghost fleeing daylight, moving through passages that had been built by ancestors who understood that even the strongest fortresses sometimes required secret ways for those who needed to travel unseen. The protective wards that surrounded his family's territory were formidable but not impenetrable to someone who had grown up understanding their patterns and limitations, someone who could move through them like water flowing around stones. Present but not quite substantial enough to trigger their warnings. The moors in those pre-dawn hours were transformed into landscapes that seemed to exist outside normal time and space, places where the boundary between the physical world and the realm of dreams grew thin enough that careful observers might glimpse things that daylight would render invisible. Mist rose from hidden streams like the breath of sleeping giants, while ancient stone circles caught starlight and held it in patterns that suggested meaning beyond human comprehension. Here, where druids had once worked magic that required no wands or formal incantations, Godric learned to move like his Celtic ancestors, reading the land through senses that had nothing to do with formal magical training. The cottage, when he reached it, was always warm with welcome, and the quiet bustle of people who rose early to tend gardens and prepare medicines that would ease suffering in villages scattered across the countryside like seeds broadcast by a generous hand. Ellen would greet him with smiles that seemed to capture and concentrate all the warmth that the ancient castle's stone walls had never been able to hold, while her parents acknowledged his presence with nods that conveyed acceptance without curiosity, understanding that some relationships existed beyond the need for formal explanation or social convention. In this humble dwelling that possessed none of the architectural grandeur of his ancestral home, Godric discovered wealth that had nothing to do with gold or political influence, but everything to do with knowledge freely shared and burdens willingly shouldered. The walls were lined not with portraits of noble ancestors, but with herbs and roots whose properties had been learned through centuries of careful observation and experimentation, while the furniture, though simple, was crafted with a loving attention to detail that made every object both functional and beautiful, in ways that the most expensive wizard furnishings somehow never achieved. The education he received in this cottage complemented and contradicted his formal magical training in equal measure, filling gaps in his understanding that he had never realized existed while challenging assumptions that had seemed as solid as the foundation stones of his family's castle. From Ellen's father, he learned that healing could be approached as both art and science, that understanding the human body required not just knowledge of spells that could mend broken bones, but comprehension of how different systems work together to maintain the delicate balance that separated life from death. The old healer possessed intuitive understanding of anatomy and physiology that rivaled anything taught in the most advanced magical medical programs. Knowledge earned through decades of treating injuries and illnesses that required immediate practical solutions rather than theoretical contemplation. His hands, scarred by years of handling everything from scalding potions to infected wounds, could diagnose conditions through touch alone, reading stories of pain and healing that were written in muscle tension and skin temperature, and the thousand subtle signs that revealed the body's secrets to those who knew how to look. From Ellen's mother, Godric learned that the gathering and preparation of healing herbs required understanding that went far beyond simple identification and combination, that different plants harvested at different times and under different conditions could produce entirely different effects, even when their basic properties remained unchanged. The timing of harvest, the phase of the moon, the weather conditions, even the emotional state of the gatherer could influence the potency of medicines in ways that seemed almost magical, despite involving no formal spellwork whatsoever. But it was from Ellen herself that he learned the most profound and lasting lessons, discoveries that would shape not just his personal philosophy, but his understanding of what magic itself could and should accomplish in a world where both wonder and suffering existed in equal measure. She possessed wisdom that seemed to have been distilled from experiences far beyond her apparent years, understanding of human nature that came not from books or formal instruction, but from daily contact with people who brought their pain and hope and desperate need to her family's door. Under her guidance, he began to understand that true strength had less to do with the ability to cast powerful spells than with the willingness to use whatever abilities one possessed in service of others. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite fear when action could prevent or ease suffering. She taught him through example rather than lecture, demonstrating through her daily choices that heroism could be found in small acts of kindness as easily as in grand gestures that earned songs and stories. The afternoons they spent together, exploring the countryside around her village, became extended lessons in observation and empathy, walks that revealed the interconnectedness of all living things and the responsibility that awareness brought with it. She showed him how to read the health of the land through the condition of plants and animals, how to identify areas where magical influences had disrupted natural balances, how to recognize the signs that indicated when intervention was necessary to prevent larger catastrophes. These expeditions often took them to places where the magical and non-magical worlds intersected in ways that required careful navigation, borderlands where ancient protections still functioned but weakly enough that determined travelers could pass through with proper preparation and respect for forces they might not fully understand. Here, Ellen demonstrated courage that had nothing to do with magical ability but everything to do with moral conviction, willingness to risk her own safety to gather rare herbs that could save lives in distant villages whose inhabitants would never know her name. During these journeys, she would speak of dreams that seemed impossible given the growing tensions between magical and non-magical communities, visions of a future where both groups might learn to work together rather than apart, sharing knowledge and resources in ways that would benefit everyone involved. Her optimism was not naive, but carefully considered, based on her direct experience with individuals from both communities who had proven capable of cooperation and mutual respect when circumstances required such collaboration. She had treated injured wizards before Godric's arrival, magical folk who had been wounded in conflicts or accidents, and had sought help from her family when traditional magical healing proved inadequate or unavailable. These encounters had taught her that wizards were no more inherently good or evil than any other people. That magical ability was simply another tool that could be used for healing or harm depending on the character and intentions of those who wielded it. Similarly, her work in Muggle villages had shown her that fear of magic was often rooted in misunderstanding rather than genuine malice, that many of the people who spoke against witchcraft were motivated by concern for their communities rather than hatred of difference itself. The zealots who preached destruction of all magical influence were a vocal minority whose extreme views gained attention precisely because they were so dramatically opposed to the more moderate positions held by most ordinary people. Her belief that understanding could eventually overcome prejudice was based on countless small examples of individuals who had learned to look beyond surface differences, to recognize common humanity. People who had discovered that cooperation served everyone's interests better than conflict or separation. These were not the dramatic conversions beloved of storytellers, but gradual changes in perspective that occurred when people had opportunities to know each other as individuals, rather than representatives of feared or despised groups. During the long conversations that accompanied their herb-gathering expeditions, Godric found himself sharing burdens that he had never expected to discuss with anyone, stories about the weight of family expectations and the isolation that came with belonging to bloodlines that carried both extraordinary privilege and corresponding responsibility. The Gryffindor name opened doors throughout the wizarding world, but also created pressures that few people outside similar circumstances could understand. Obligations that sometimes felt more like chains than opportunities for service. Ellen listened to these confidences with the same careful attention she gave to descriptions of symptoms from patients seeking her family's help, asking questions that revealed understanding without judgment offering insights that came from her own experience with expectations that differed from his in detail, but not in emotional weight. Her family's reputation as healers brought requests for help that sometimes exceeded their abilities, creating pressure to attempt treatments that carried significant risks both to patients and to those providing care. The parallels between their situations created bonds that transcended the differences in their backgrounds, connections based on shared understanding of what it meant to inherit legacies that demanded excellence, while providing little guidance about how such excellence should be defined or achieved. Both had been raised with awareness that their actions reflected not just on themselves but on entire communities that depended on their choices for reputation and sometimes survival, burdens that could feel overwhelming when contemplated directly. But where Godric had been taught to bear such pressures through stoic endurance and rigid self-discipline, Ellen had learned to find strength through connection with others, drawing support from the community her family served while offering her own gifts without calculation of personal cost or benefit. Her approach to responsibility was more fluid and collaborative, based on understanding that individual excellence was meaningless if it existed in isolation from the needs and contributions of others. Under her influence, his perspective on his magical abilities began to shift from viewing them as marks of inherent superiority to understanding them as tools that carried moral obligations, gifts that were meaningful only when used in service of purposes larger than personal advancement or family pride. The power that flowed through his wand and responded to his will was not his by right but held in trust, a responsibility that required constant attention to ensure it was used in ways that honored its source and served its proper purposes. This philosophical transformation was accompanied by practical education that expanded his understanding of how magic could be applied to problems that formal wizarding education rarely addressed. Working alongside Ellen and her parents in their healing practice, he learned to use his abilities to enhance rather than replace traditional treatments, combining magical and non-magical approaches in ways that achieved results neither could accomplish alone. The enhancement spells he developed during this period represented innovations that would influence magical medicine for centuries to come, techniques that amplified the effectiveness of natural remedies without overwhelming or replacing their inherent properties. These were subtle magics that required deep understanding of both spellcraft and traditional healing, applications that demonstrated magic at its finest, supporting and strengthening existing natural processes rather than attempting to dominate or replace them entirely. But perhaps the most important practical skill he learned was the art of concealment, not the dramatic invisibility charms taught in formal magical education, but the more sophisticated ability to work magic in ways that appeared entirely natural to non-magical observers. This required not just technical expertise, but psychological understanding of how people interpreted unusual events, knowledge of what would be dismissed as coincidence versus what would trigger suspicion or fear. The development of these skills was motivated by necessity rather than theoretical interest, as his work with Ellen's family required him to provide magical assistance in villages where open display of supernatural abilities could endanger everyone involved. The techniques he perfected during this period would later become standard procedures for magical healers, working in predominantly Muggle communities, methods that allowed beneficial intervention without creating the kind of incidents that could escalate into broader conflicts. As the months passed and his secret education continued, Godric began to understand that his double life was teaching him things that neither pure magical nor pure Muggle education could have provided alone. The integration of different approaches to knowledge and problem solving was creating perspectives and abilities that exceeded what either tradition could offer individually, demonstrating that isolation between communities was not just morally questionable, but practically disadvantageous for everyone involved. The training in traditional combat that occupied his official education schedule took on new meaning when viewed through the lens of his expanded understanding of strength and courage. The sword work that his father insisted upon initially seemed like anachronistic adherence to outdated military traditions, revealed itself as valuable preparation for situations where magical solutions might be inappropriate or unavailable, circumstances where success would depend on physical skill and mental discipline rather than supernatural ability. Ellen's fascination with these martial arts lessons led to some of the most memorable periods of their friendship. Afternoons when she would watch him practice with the ancient weapons that her own family had preserved from earlier generations of her lineage. Her grandfather had been a knight in service to local nobility. She revealed one summer evening, as they sat beside a stream that caught starlight, like scattered diamonds, a man who had earned his position through courage and skill rather than birth or wealth. The revelation that her family possessed their own tradition of martial excellence, their own heritage of service and sacrifice, created new dimensions to their relationship that had nothing to do with the differences between magical and non-magical communities. Here was common ground that transcended such distinctions. Shared understanding of what it meant to dedicate one's life to protecting others, to accept risks and burdens that most people would find unbearable. The rusted sword that had belonged to her grandfather became a bridge between their worlds, a physical link to traditions of honor and service that both communities shared despite their surface differences. Under Ellen's supervision, Godric began training with weapons that required no magical enhancement, learning to fight with tools that depended entirely on human skill and determination, discovering that there was its own form of magic in the perfect balance of steel and the fluid motion of someone who had mastered their craft through years of dedicated practice. These lessons in armscraft complemented his magical education in ways that his formal tutors would never have anticipated, teaching him about timing and distance and the psychology of combat that applied regardless of whether the weapons involved were swords or spells. The discipline required to master swordplay enhanced his magical abilities by teaching him about focus and precision, while the physical conditioning necessary for extended combat improved his stamina and reaction time in ways that proved valuable in magical dueling as well. But beyond the practical benefits, the sword training provided a form of meditation in motion, periods of concentrated activity that quieted the restless energy that seemed to burn in his blood like inherited fire. In the fluid dance of blade work, he found peace that formal meditation had never provided, moments of perfect clarity when thought and action merged into something that transcended both individual components. Ellen proved to be a surprisingly effective instructor in these arts, despite her lack of formal training or regular practice. Her understanding of anatomy and physiology gave her insight into the mechanics of movement that complemented the traditional approaches passed down through military lineages, while her healing knowledge provided understanding of how to avoid injuries during training and how to treat them when they occurred despite precautions. More importantly, she brought to the instruction a perspective on the moral dimensions of combat that challenged some of the assumptions embedded in traditional martial training, where conventional weapons instruction emphasized the importance of decisive victory regardless of cost to one's opponent. She stressed the responsibility of those with superior skill to use their abilities with restraint and discrimination, to seek solutions that minimized harm while achieving necessary objectives. These philosophical discussions, conducted during rest periods between training sessions, began to shape Godric's understanding of what it truly meant to be a warrior in service of justice rather than merely someone skilled in the arts of violence. The distinction was subtle but crucial, marking the difference between those who fought because they enjoyed domination over others and those who accepted the burden of combat because circumstances required protection of those who could not protect themselves. Under her influence, his approach to all forms of conflict began to evolve from the straightforward application of superior force toward more nuanced strategies that took into account the human costs of violence and the long-term consequences of different approaches to resolving disputes. This was not weakness or hesitation, but wisdom, understanding that the most effective solutions were often those that addressed underlying causes rather than merely suppressing immediate symptoms. The love that grew between them during these months of shared learning and discovery was as natural and inevitable as the changing of seasons, a deepening bond that transcended the boundaries that supposedly separated their communities while honoring the individual qualities that made each of them unique. It was built on mutual respect and admiration, founded on shared values and common purpose, strengthened by the kind of understanding that could only develop between people who had seen each other tested under pressure and had witnessed the character that such tests revealed. Their affection was expressed not through dramatic declarations or elaborate gestures, but through the thousand small kindnesses that marked days spent in each other's company, the careful attention to each other's needs and interests, the willingness to share burdens and multiply joys that characterized relationships based on genuine partnership rather than mere attraction or convenience. They brought out the best in each other, encouraging growth and development while providing the kind of unconditional support that allowed each to take risks necessary for continued learning. The physical expression of their love, when it finally occurred, was as natural and right as everything else about their relationship, a celebration of the connection between them rather than mere satisfaction of desire. It took place in a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in profusion beneath stars that seemed to approve of their union, surrounded by the scents and sounds of a world that had nurtured their growth and would continue to shelter their happiness for as long as fate allowed. In the afterglow of that perfect evening, as they lay together beneath a sky that seemed infinite with possibility, Ellen spoke of futures that seemed achievable despite all the obstacles that logic suggested would prevent their realization. She envisioned a world where the love they shared could be celebrated rather than hidden, where their children could inherit the best of both traditions without being forced to choose between them, where the artificial barriers that separated communities could be dissolved through understanding and mutual respect. Her dreams were not naive fantasies, but carefully considered possibilities, based on her observation of how individuals from both communities responded when given opportunities to know each other as people rather than representatives of feared or despised groups. The changes would not come quickly or easily, she acknowledged, but they would come if people of goodwill continued to work toward understanding rather than retreating into isolation and prejudice. Godric found himself sharing her optimism, influenced by the evidence of their own relationship and the examples they had witnessed of successful cooperation between magical and non-magical healers who put the welfare of their patients above theoretical considerations of appropriate treatment methods. If love could bridge such differences, if shared purpose could overcome cultural barriers, then perhaps the future she envisioned was not impossible after all. The happiness they found together during those golden months created memories that would sustain him through the trials that lay ahead, moments of perfect contentment that demonstrated what life could offer when fear and prejudice were set aside in favor of trust and mutual support. But even as they planned for futures that seemed bright with promise, forces beyond their control were moving toward collision that would test everything they believed about the possibility of understanding between their communities. The signs were subtle at first, barely noticeable changes in the attitudes of people who had previously been neutral or even mildly supportive of cooperation between magical and non-magical healers. Conversations that had once been conducted openly began to be held in whispers, while individuals who had previously sought help from both types of practitioners began to express preferences that seemed based more on social pressure than medical necessity. Religious authorities who had previously focused their attention on more traditional concerns began to speak more frequently about the dangers of supernatural influence, while local officials who had been content to ignore magical activities as long as they remained discreet began to ask questions about unusual healing successes and unexplained recoveries that had previously been accepted as fortunate coincidences. The changes were too gradual and subtle to be easily identified or countered, like the slow shift in seasons that could only be recognized in retrospect when summer had given way to autumn without any specific moment of transition. But those who were trained to observe such things, those whose survival depended on recognizing danger before it became obvious to everyone else, could sense the growing tension in the air, like the pressure that preceded violent storms. Ellen's parents began to restrict their activities, declining requests for help that would have taken them too far from their home base, or involved them with patients whose conditions might require treatments that could not be easily explained in conventional terms. They spoke more carefully about their methods and successes, avoiding discussions that might lead to uncomfortable questions about the sources of their knowledge or the reasons for their unusual effectiveness. The cottage that had been Godric's sanctuary began to feel less secure, its warmth and welcome unchanged, but surrounded now by an atmosphere of watchfulness and concern that had not existed during the earlier months of his visits. The conversations that had once ranged freely over topics of mutual interest became more guarded, more focused on immediate concerns, and less willing to explore philosophical questions that might have political implications. Yet despite these growing pressures, their love continued to deepen and strengthen, drawing power from its very vulnerability to forces that sought to divide them. The knowledge that their time together might be limited made each moment more precious, each shared experience more significant, each expression of affection more meaningful than if they had been able to take their relationship for granted as couples in less complicated circumstances might have done. In defiance of the growing darkness that seemed to be closing around them, Ellen began wearing a pointed hat that she had crafted herself, a deliberate symbol of her acceptance of the magical aspects of their relationship and her refusal to be ashamed of associations that others might find troubling. The hat was simple and practical, made from materials that were readily available and techniques that required no special training, but it represented courage that was no less remarkable for being expressed through such modest means. When she wore that hat during their expeditions together, she looked to Godric like the embodiment of everything he believed magic should represent. Not power over others, but service to common purposes. Not separation from ordinary humanity, but connection to the best impulses that all people shared, regardless of their abilities or origins. She was proof that the divisions between communities were artificial constructions rather than natural barriers, that love and understanding could overcome even the most deeply rooted prejudices when given opportunities to flourish. But the forces that opposed such understanding were gathering strength with each passing day, fed by fears that had deep historical roots and ambitions that would not be satisfied with mere tolerance or peaceful coexistence. The stage was being set for confrontations that would test not just individual relationships but entire communities, conflicts that would determine whether the future would be shaped by those who sought to build bridges or those who preferred to maintain walls. As autumn approached, and the first hints of winter's bite could be felt in winds that carried warnings of changes to come, Godric and Ellen continued to meet in their secret places, sharing time that both sensed might be precious beyond calculation. Their love had become the central fact of both their lives, the foundation upon which all other decisions were based, the source of strength that would be needed for whatever trials lay ahead. In quiet moments beside streams that reflected starlight like scattered hope, they made promises that transcended the immediate circumstances of their lives, vows to remain true to each other and to the ideals their relationship represented, regardless of what forces might seek to separate them. These were not the formal marriage ceremonies their respective communities would have recognized, but they carried deeper meaning than any legal or religious ritual could have provided, binding them together in ways that no external authority could dissolve. The pointed hat that Ellen wore became a talisman of their shared dreams, a visible symbol of the future they hoped to create together, a reminder that love could indeed conquer the fear and prejudice that kept communities apart when it burned brightly enough and was supported by wisdom and courage sufficient to weather whatever storms might come. In that simple piece of cloth and the brave young woman who wore it, Godric found inspiration that would guide him through the darkness ahead and eventually lead him to create something that would outlast both their individual lives and serve as a beacon of hope for generations yet to come. The news came on wings of smoke and terror, carried by ravens whose cries seemed to echo the screams of the dying, and whose dark feathers bore the scent of burning thatch and spilled blood. It spread through the countryside like plague itself, a contagion of fear that transformed peaceful villages into armed camps and turned neighbor against neighbor in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The raids had begun without warning in the darkest hours before dawn, when honest folk lay sleeping in their beds and only the guilty had reason to be abroad beneath stars that seemed suddenly cold and distant. In the great hall of Gryffindor Castle, where tapestries bearing the heraldry of ancient bloodlines hung like banners commemorating forgotten victories, the assembled household received the reports with the grim silence of people who understood that their comfortable world had shifted in ways that could never be undone. Lord Gryffindor stood before the massive fireplace where flames danced like captive spirits, his face carved from stone and shadow, as messenger after messenger brought word of destruction that spread across the countryside, like spilled wine staining pristine linen beyond any hope of cleaning. The attacks followed no pattern that human intelligence could discern, striking rich and poor with equal savagery, targeting isolated farmsteads and prosperous market towns with the same methodical thoroughness that suggested planning far beyond the capabilities of ordinary bandits or raiders. Entire families had been found torn apart in ways that spoke of claws rather than swords, while livestock had been slaughtered with such violence that their remains had to be burned rather than buried, lest disease spread from the corruption that clung to them like invisible poison. Most troubling of all were the accounts that survivors gave when shock and trauma allowed them to speak coherently about what they had witnessed in those terrible hours before rescue came too late for so many. They spoke of darkness that moved with purpose and intelligence, of roars that shook the very foundations of their homes, of eyes that glowed with malevolent fire and reflected starlight like pools of molten gold. These were not the ravings of minds broken by horror, but consistent testimony from sources that had no contact with each other. Descriptions that painted a picture too detailed to be dismissed as collective hysteria. Young Godric listened to these reports with growing dread that had nothing to do with concern for his own safety and everything to do with terrible certainty about what creature possessed the size and savagery to create such devastation across such a wide area. The mountain troll that he had believed slain years earlier in single combat had not died from its wounds as he had assumed, but had somehow survived, healed, grown stronger and more cunning during the time it had spent recovering from their encounter among the high tors, where ancient magic still flowed like underground rivers. The knowledge struck him with the force of physical blow, driving the breath from his lungs and filling his chest with ice that had nothing to do with the winter wind that howled around the castle's towers, like the voices of the unavenged dead. His victory, the triumph that had proven his courage to his father and established his reputation as a warrior worthy of the Gryffindor name, had been incomplete in ways that transformed achievement into catastrophe, success into the foundation for disasters that might have been prevented if he had been more thorough in ensuring his enemy's destruction. But worse than the knowledge of his failure was the understanding of what it meant for people who had no connection to his youthful need to prove himself, innocent families who were paying the price for his inexperience with their blood and their lives. The troll's return was not random violence but deliberate revenge, a campaign of terror directed against the Muggle communities that existed beyond the protective magic that shielded wizarding enclaves from such predation. Mountain trolls possessed memories that spanned centuries and grudges that could outlast entire human generations, their intelligence sufficient to plan complex strategies of vengeance, while their physical capabilities made them nearly unstoppable once they had committed to a course of action. This particular creature had evidently spent the years since their first encounter studying its enemy and the world that had produced him, learning about the connections between magical and non-magical communities, and choosing its targets with malicious precision, designed to cause maximum suffering among those least able to defend themselves. The implications were staggering in their scope and terrible in their immediacy. Every Muggle village within 100 miles was potentially at risk, their inhabitants utterly helpless against an enemy whose hide could turn aside their weapons and whose strength could reduce their homes to splinters with casual swipes of claws that were harder than steel. Worse still, the attacks were creating exactly the kind of panic and suspicion that zealots needed to fuel their campaigns against magical influence, giving them evidence they could point to as proof that supernatural forces were inherently hostile to normal human life. Already, according to the reports that continued to arrive with each passing hour, religious authorities were calling for emergency assemblies to address the supernatural threat that had been unleashed upon their communities. Preachers who had previously focused their sermons on traditional moral instruction were now speaking of demonic influences that required extraordinary measures to combat, while local officials were forming militias, armed with blessed weapons and sanctified silver that would be useless against their actual enemy, but deadly to any magical person unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. The situation was spiraling toward disaster with the inexorable momentum of an avalanche, each incident creating conditions that made the next one more likely and more destructive. Fear fed upon itself, growing stronger with every retelling of each attack, while the absence of any effective response from established authorities created desperation that could easily turn violent if focused on convenient targets. The magical communities that had coexisted peacefully with their Muggle neighbors for generations were suddenly finding themselves viewed with suspicion that could ignite into outright hostility at any moment. As Godric absorbed the full implications of what was unfolding across the countryside, his thoughts turned immediately to the cottage where Ellen and her parents continued their healing work, unaware that their very compassion might have marked them as targets for both the supernatural predator that stalked the moors and the human zealots who saw their effectiveness as evidence of diabolic compact. Their isolated location, which had made it perfect for secret meetings and clandestine education, now represented vulnerability that could prove fatal if the current crisis continued to escalate. The decision to act formed in his mind with the crystal clarity that comes only in moments when moral certainty cuts through every consideration except the need to protect those who matter more than life itself. Whatever his father's wishes or the protocols that governed proper behavior for someone of his station, He could not remain safely within the castle's walls, while people he loved faced dangers that his own actions had helped to create. The mountain troll was his responsibility, his failure made manifest in the blood of innocents who had never asked to be involved in his personal quest for validation and respect. But this time would be different from his first encounter with the creature. No longer the impulsive gesture of an untested youth seeking to prove his courage, but the calculated action of someone who understood the stakes involved and was prepared to pay whatever price victory might require. He had learned much in the intervening years, both about combat and about the deeper purposes that gave meaning to violence when it was employed in service of justice rather than mere personal glory. The preparation for his second confrontation with the mountain troll required resources and knowledge that went far beyond what he had possessed during their first encounter. Drawing upon everything he had learned from both magical and non-magical sources during the years since that initial test of his courage. From his father's extensive library, he researched every scrap of information about troll behavior and physiology, learning about weaknesses that might be exploited and tactics that had proven effective in historical encounters with similar creatures. From the healing knowledge that Ellen and her family had shared with him, he understood better how to treat the injuries that such combat would inevitably inflict, both on himself and potentially on innocent bystanders who might be caught in the path of destruction that always surrounded battles between supernatural forces. The enhanced understanding of anatomy and medicine that his secret education had provided would allow him to fight with greater precision, targeting specific vulnerabilities, while minimizing collateral damage that could harm those he was trying to protect. Most importantly, he now understood the moral dimensions of what he was attempting in ways that had been beyond his comprehension during his first encounter with the creature. This was not about proving his personal courage or earning his father's respect, but about accepting responsibility for consequences that flowed from his earlier actions, taking ownership of a situation that his incomplete victory had created, and working to resolve it in ways that would prevent further suffering among the innocent. The magical preparations required for facing a mountain troll in its full fury were extensive and complex, requiring not just powerful spells, but comprehensive understanding of how different enchantments would interact under combat conditions. His wand, carved from hollywood that had been blessed by druids and core with phoenix feather that had been freely given rather than taken by force, would need to channel energies that pushed the boundaries of what any individual wizard could safely handle without risking magical exhaustion or worse. The protective charms he wove around himself were layered like armor, each designed to counter specific types of attack while working in harmony with the others to create comprehensive defense against an enemy whose capabilities exceeded normal magical threats. His shield spells were reinforced with techniques learned from studying the healing magic that his secret teachers had demonstrated. Protections that could not only turn aside physical attacks but heal damage as quickly as it was inflicted. The offensive magic at his disposal had been refined through years of practice and theoretical study, spells that could channel the full power of his magical core while maintaining the precision necessary to avoid harming innocents who might be nearby when battle was joined. These were not the flashy display spells favored by young wizards showing off for their peers, but the focused applications of force that represented magic at its most practical and deadly. But even more important than magical preparation was the mental conditioning required to face an enemy that had already demonstrated its ability to survive what should have been mortal wounds and return stronger and more cunning than before. This would not be a simple test of strength or skill, but a battle of wills, a contest between his determination to protect those he loved and the creature's burning need for revenge that had sustained it through years of pain and recovery. The journey to locate his enemy required skills that drew upon both his formal magical education and the woodcraft that Ellen had taught him during their expeditions through the borderlands between communities. The troll was no longer attacking randomly, but following patterns that suggested intelligence and planning, choosing targets that would maximize both the suffering inflicted and the disruption caused to the delicate relationships between magical and non-magical populations. Tracking such a creature required understanding not just its physical needs and preferences, but the psychological drives that motivated its choices, the combination of ancient instincts and acquired cunning that made it far more dangerous than mere size and strength would suggest. Mountain trolls were apex predators that had survived since the world was young by adapting to changing circumstances, while maintaining their essential nature as hunters of whatever prey proved most satisfying. The trail led through landscapes that had been transformed by terror into something approaching wasteland, places where fear had driven away, not just human inhabitants but the animals and birds, whose presence indicated healthy natural balance. Here, even the plant life seemed stunted and unhealthy, as if the very soil had been poisoned by the violence that had occurred above it, while streams that should have run clear carried a bitter taste that spoke of corruption seeping down from sources that might never be fully cleansed. Following this path of destruction required not just physical endurance but psychological strength, sufficient to witness the aftermath of savagery, without being overwhelmed by rage or despair that could compromise judgment when clear. Thinking would be essential for survival. Each abandoned village and burned farmstead told its own story of lives cut short and dreams destroyed, while the silence that surrounded these places was more terrible than any scream could have been. But it was when the trail led toward the region where Ellen's cottage stood like a beacon of healing light in a world grown dark with violence, that Godric's heart nearly stopped with fear that had nothing to do with his own safety, and everything to do with the realization that his beloved might already have fallen victim to the creature whose return was his responsibility. The cottage appeared first as smoke rising above trees that should have been filled with birdsong but stood silent as monuments to the dead, while the scent that carried on the wind held elements that made his trained senses recoil in recognition of what they meant. Racing through forest paths that had once been pleasant walks, shared with the woman he loved more than life itself, Godric arrived at scenes that would haunt his dreams for the remainder of his days. The cottage where he had learned to see beyond the boundaries that divided communities lay in ruins that spoke of violence so intense it had left scars on the very earth itself. The gardens where healing herbs had grown in careful profusion were trampled into bloody mud, while the walls that had sheltered so much wisdom and kindness were reduced to scattered stones that would never again provide haven for the wounded. But the cottage itself, devastating though its destruction appeared, was not the source of the smoke that had drawn his attention from so great a distance. That came from the village proper, where flames still licked at timbers that had been seasoned by centuries of weather and made susceptible to fire by the oils and resins that had been part of their preparation. The conflagration was too complete and too systematic to be accidental, clearly the result of deliberate action by human hands, rather than mere collateral damage from the troll's rampage. The truth, when he pieced it together from evidence scattered across the scene like pages torn from a book and scattered by wind that carried the scent of burned flesh and shattered dreams, was worse than anything his worst fears had imagined. The troll had indeed passed this way, leaving its unmistakable signs in the form of claws, marks scored deep into stone, and earth disturbed by footprints that could have been made by no creature smaller than a walking mountain. But the systematic destruction of the village, the careful arrangement of the bodies, the ritualistic nature of the burning that had consumed buildings but left certain objects deliberately untouched, all spoke of human agency rather than animal fury. The villagers, faced with supernatural threat they could not understand or combat through conventional means, had sought explanations that fit within their existing worldview, and found them in the teachings of zealots who preached that magical influence was inherently corrupting, and that those who consorted with supernatural forces were complicit in whatever evil such associations might unleash. In their terror and desperation, they had turned upon the very people who had dedicated their lives to healing and helping, transforming fear of the unknown into hatred of the familiar. Ellen's family, whose only crime had been the effectiveness of their healing arts and their willingness to help anyone who came to them in need, had been dragged from their burning cottage and subjected to the kind of justice that ignorance and fear could devise when given free rein. The evidence of their fate was written in the ashes and stones of what had once been the center of their community, testimony to the speed with which civilization could collapse when people chose to seek scapegoats rather than face the true sources of their danger. But it was the discovery of Ellen's pointed hat, the simple piece of cloth that had been her symbol of acceptance and hope for a better future, lying untouched among the ashes of everything she had held dear, that finally broke through the shock and disbelief that had protected him from the full emotional impact of what he was witnessing. The hat was unmarked by flame or violence, preserved as if by some miracle or curse, a silent testament to dreams that had been murdered, along with the dreamer who had dared to believe that love could overcome the divisions that kept communities apart. Holding that hat in hands that shook with grief too vast for tears and rage too pure for expression, Godric felt something fundamental shift within his soul, a transformation that went deeper than mere anger or sorrow to touch the very core of what he was and what he was meant to become. The boy who had sought to prove his courage was dying in the ashes of this burned village, replaced by something harder and more dangerous. A man who understood that some wrongs could never be forgiven, and that justice sometimes required methods that civilized people preferred not to contemplate. The mountain troll that had started this cascade of tragedy was nearby, he knew, probably observing from some vantage point that allowed it to witness the human misery that its return had created. Such creatures took pleasure not just in killing, but in the fear and desperation that preceded death, feeding on terror as much as flesh, growing stronger with each act of violence they inspired. Whether or not they participated directly in its execution. But the troll, dangerous though it remained, was no longer his primary concern. Monsters that acted according to their nature were predictable and could be fought with straightforward applications of superior force and tactical intelligence. It was the human evil that had murdered Ellen and her family that demanded a different kind of response, a reckoning that would serve both justice and the practical necessity of preventing similar atrocities from occurring in other communities where fear might overcome wisdom and compassion. The village itself was deserted now, its surviving inhabitants scattered to whatever shelter they could find among relatives or fellow believers who might provide protection from both supernatural and secular consequences of what they had done. But desertion was not the same as abandonment, and people who had committed acts that violated every principle of civilized behavior would eventually return to collect possessions and attempt to rebuild their lives as if nothing had changed. They would find him waiting for them when they did. Godric decided with the cold certainty that comes when grief crystallizes into purpose and rage transforms itself into resolve, not to exact the kind of crude vengeance that would make him indistinguishable from the zealots who had murdered his beloved, but to ensure that they understood the consequences of their choices and accepted responsibility for what they had done in ways that would prevent repetition of such horrors. The confrontation with the mountain troll that had started this cascade of tragedy was inevitable, but it had become secondary to larger concerns about the future of relationships between magical and non-magical communities, and his own role in shaping whatever emerged from the ashes of the world he had known. The creature remained dangerous and had to be eliminated, But its death would solve only the immediate problem, while leaving untouched the deeper issues that had allowed fear to triumph over compassion and ignorance to overwhelm wisdom. As night fell over the ruins of the village where his dreams had died with the woman who had embodied them, Godric began the hunt that would define the rest of his life and establish principles that would influence magical education for centuries to come. This was no longer about proving his courage or earning his father's respect, but about accepting the burden of responsibility for a world where such tragedies were possible and working to ensure that future generations would have better tools for preventing them. The troll's trail led deeper into the moors than he had expected, toward regions where ancient magic still flowed in patterns that predated human settlement, and would continue long after the last human voice had been silenced. Here, where stone circles older than memory marked places where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, the creature had made its lair in caves that had been carved not by water or wind, but by powers that operated according to laws that mundane geology could never explain. The approach required every skill he possessed, and some that he had never been forced to develop. Techniques for moving unseen through landscape that was alive with supernatural awareness and hostile to intruders who lacked proper preparation or understanding of the forces at work. Each step had to be calculated not just for physical safety but for magical significance, avoiding patterns and positions that might trigger defenses that had been established by creatures whose understanding of protective magic exceeded anything in current wizarding knowledge. The cave system itself was a maze of passages and chambers that had been modified over centuries by inhabitants who possessed the strength to carve through solid rock and the intelligence to create architectural features that served both defensive and aesthetic purposes. The walls were covered with markings that might have been crude art or sophisticated magical notation, symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed peripherally, but resolved into static patterns when examined directly. But it was the sound that guided him through the labyrinth toward his ultimate destination, the rhythmic breathing of something whose lung capacity exceeded that of any creature that should have been able to exist in the normal world. Each exhalation created air currents that carried scents of blood and decay and something else, something that spoke of magical corruption, so profound it had begun to warp the physical laws that governed existence itself. The chamber where he finally encountered the mountain troll that had survived their first battle exceeded his worst expectations in both scope and horror, a vast space that had been shaped into something approaching a temple dedicated to violence and suffering. The walls were decorated with trophies taken from victims across the centuries, arranged in patterns that suggested not random collection, but deliberate curation according to criteria that only the creature itself understood. The troll had indeed grown larger and more dangerous during the years since their first encounter, but the changes went beyond mere physical development to encompass alterations that spoke of magical enhancement through means that no civilized wizard would contemplate. Its hide bore scars that had healed in ways that strengthened rather than weakened the underlying tissue, while its eyes held intelligence that had been refined through decades of planning revenge against enemies it had never forgotten. But perhaps most disturbing were the modifications that had been made to the chamber itself, architectural features that served to focus and amplify the creature's natural abilities, while creating tactical advantages that would make conventional combat approaches suicidal. The floor had been carved into patterns that would channel magical energy in ways that benefited the troll while disrupting spells cast by opponents, while the ceiling had been shaped to create acoustic effects that would make the creature's roars physically damaging to anyone caught within their range. The battle that followed was unlike anything in Godric's experience or imagination, a contest between human intelligence and supernatural fury that pushed both participants beyond their normal limits and into realms where survival depended on resources that neither had known they possessed. This was not the relatively straightforward encounter of his youth, but warfare in its most fundamental form, a struggle for existence that would be decided by will as much as skill and determination, as much as raw power. The creature had learned from their first encounter, developing tactics specifically designed to counter the advantages that magic provided, while exploiting weaknesses that it had observed in human combat techniques. Its attacks were not the wild swipes of mindless rage, but calculated strikes aimed at disrupting spellcasting while maximizing physical damage, each blow precisely targeted to achieve maximum effect, while leaving minimal opportunity for retaliation. But Godric had learned as well, drawing upon everything that his secret education had taught him about healing and anatomy to target the creature's specific vulnerabilities, while using defensive techniques that combined magical and mundane approaches to protection. The battle became a deadly dance of attack and counterattack, each participant adapting their methods in response to the other's innovations. Both pushed to levels of performance that exceeded anything they had previously achieved. The turning point came not through superior strength or magical power, but through understanding of what the creature had become during its years of isolation and corruption. This was no longer merely a mountain troll seeking revenge, but something that had been transformed by its own hatred into a vessel for the kind of evil that fed on suffering and grew stronger with each act of violence. It inspired or committed. The spell that finally brought it down was not one of destruction, but of healing, magic that sought to restore the creature to what it had been before corruption had twisted its nature into something monstrous. The effect was devastating in ways that violent magic could never have achieved, stripping away the accumulated malevolence that had sustained it through years of planning and revenge, leaving behind something that was finally capable of experiencing peace even in death. As the massive corpse settled into stillness that would last until the end of time, Godric stood over his defeated enemy and understood that this victory was both complete and meaningless, that eliminating the immediate threat had done nothing to address the larger problems that had made such tragedies possible. The troll was dead, but the fear and hatred that had killed Ellen remained alive in human hearts, ready to claim new victims whenever circumstances provided sufficient provocation. The walk back through the ruined village where his beloved had died was a journey through personal hell, each step carrying him past reminders of what had been lost and what could never be recovered. The cottage that had been his sanctuary was gone forever, along with the people who had made it a place where healing and hope could flourish despite the darkness that surrounded them. The future they had planned together was as dead as the ashes that covered the ground where children had once played and lovers had once dreamed of better times to come. But among those ashes, something had been preserved that gave meaning to all the loss and suffering, a vision of what the world could become if people of courage and wisdom chose to work toward understanding rather than surrendering to fear. The pointed hat that Ellen had worn as symbol of her hopes was more than mere cloth and thread, but a promise that her dreams need not die with her, that someone who loved her enough to carry on her work might yet create the kind of future she had believed possible. Holding that hat in hands that were stained with the blood of enemies and allies alike, Godric made a vow that would define the rest of his life and influence the course of magical education for centuries to come. He would build something that could serve as living memorial to everything Ellen had represented, a place where the artificial barriers between communities could be dissolved through knowledge and understanding, where young people could learn that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite fear, when action could prevent or ease suffering. The school that existed in his imagination during those dark hours of grief and resolution would be different from anything that had been attempted before, an institution that welcomed students regardless of their background or the nature of their abilities. a place where magic was taught not as superiority over others, but as responsibility to serve purposes larger than personal ambition or family pride. It would be a place where the pointed hat that had symbolized hope could finally serve its intended purpose, guiding young minds toward futures that honored the best in human nature while preparing them to face the worst. But such a school could not be built by one person alone, no matter how powerful or determined. And the vision would require partners who shared both the dream and the commitment necessary to make it reality. The work of finding such allies and convincing them to join in an endeavor that would require everything they had to give would be long and difficult. But it was work that had to be done if Elend's death was to have meaning beyond mere tragedy. As dawn broke over the ruined village, where love had died and dreams had been transformed into determination, Godric Gryffindor began the journey that would eventually lead him to meet 3 other extraordinary individuals who shared his vision of what magical education could become. The pointed hat that he carried with him would one day help to sort students into houses that reflected different aspects of human excellence, while the principles that had been forged in the fire of his grief would guide generations of young wizards and witches toward futures that honored both power and responsibility. The boy who had sought to prove his courage was gone forever, replaced by a man who understood that true courage was not about personal glory, but about the willingness to sacrifice everything for causes that would outlast individual lives. The foundation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had been laid in the ashes of Elend's village, built upon grief that had been transformed into determination and love, that had been purified into service to ideals larger than any single relationship or community. The future would bring new challenges and different forms of loss. But the core commitment that had been born from the greatest tragedy of his life would remain constant, an unshakable foundation upon which everything else could be built. In the years to come, when students wore the pointed hat that would sort them into their proper houses, they would unknowingly be participating in a ritual that honored the memory of a young Muggle woman whose only crime had been believing that love could overcome the divisions that kept people apart. The grey morning that saw Godric Gryffindor leave his ancestral home for the final time carried the weight of endings and beginnings in equal measure, its leaden sky weeping tears that might have been for the dead or for the living, who must carry on when hope seems as distant as stars hidden behind storm clouds. Behind him lay the castle where generations of his bloodline had lived and died in service to ideals that now seemed as fragile as morning mist, while ahead stretched roads that led toward an uncertain future built upon foundations of grief and determination that would either sustain him through the trials to come or crumble beneath the weight of expectations too great for any mortal soul to bear. His father's final words echoed in memory like the tolling of funeral bells, warnings and benedictions intertwined with the complex emotions of a man who understood that his son was embarking upon a path that would lead far beyond the comfortable certainties of noble birth and ancient privilege. The old lord had seen something in Godric's eyes during those last conversations that spoke of changes too fundamental to be reversed, transformations that went deeper than mere grief, to touch the very essence of what it meant to carry the Gryffindor name into an uncertain future where traditional answers might prove inadequate for questions that had never been asked before. The years that followed were a blur of movement and conflict, of causes embraced and abandoned as quickly as the seasons changed, of battlefields where young men died for principles they barely understood, while their betters counted the cost in gold rather than blood. Godric fought for kings whose names would be forgotten within a generation, served lords whose ambitions extended no further than their own lifespans, carried banners that represented nothing more enduring than temporary alliances built upon mutual convenience, rather than shared conviction or common cause. In the beginning, he told himself that each campaign was bringing him closer to some greater purpose, that the skills he was learning and the reputation he was building would somehow serve the vision that had been born from his beloved's ashes. But as months turned to years and years accumulated into what felt like decades of purposeless violence, he began to understand that he was not moving toward anything meaningful, but running away from memories too painful to face and responsibilities too enormous to contemplate without succumbing to despair that could paralyze the will and destroy the soul. The battlefields of medieval Britain became his education in the realities of power and the uses to which magical ability could be put when conscience was set aside in favor of immediate advantage. He learned to kill efficiently and without hesitation, to use his supernatural abilities to achieve tactical objectives that conventional warriors could never accomplish, to be the weapon that decided engagements before they could develop into prolonged conflicts that might allow his enemies time to develop countermeasures or seek reinforcement from allies who possessed similar capabilities. But each victory felt hollow in ways that had nothing to do with the temporary nature of military success, and everything to do with the growing understanding that he was becoming something his younger self would have despised, a mercenary whose services were available to whoever could pay the price, rather than a champion of justice dedicated to causes worthy of the sacrifices they demanded. The gold that filled his purse meant nothing when weighed against the dreams that had died with Ellen, while the reputation that preceded him into new conflicts felt more like burden than blessing. The magic that flowed through his wand and responded to his will had become as much curse as gift, setting him apart from ordinary soldiers whose mortality made their courage somehow more meaningful than his own supernatural advantages. They faced death with nothing more than steel and determination, while he possessed abilities that made him nearly invulnerable to conventional weapons and tactics. Where was the honor in victories achieved through such overwhelming superiority? What glory could be claimed by someone whose very presence on a battlefield shifted the odds so completely that the outcome was predetermined before the first blow was struck? These questions haunted him through countless nights spent in military camps where other mercenaries shared stories of battles they had survived and brothers in arms they had lost, tales that reminded him constantly of connections he had severed when he chose the path of the wandering warrior over the settled life that his father had planned for him. He was becoming a legend, certainly, but legends were by definition isolated from the normal human experience, elevated above ordinary concerns in ways that made genuine fellowship impossible and lasting relationships unattainable. The breaking point came during a conflict whose original cause had been forgotten by everyone except the scribes who recorded such things for posterity, a war that had evolved from territorial dispute into personal vendetta between nobles whose hatred had outlasted their memory of what had started their feud. Godric found himself facing a Muggle knight whose courage and skill had earned him recognition as one of the finest warriors of his generation, a man whose reputation was built upon victories achieved through nothing more supernatural than dedication and natural talent, refined through years of practice and combat experience. Standing on opposite sides of a field where autumn mist rose from ground that had been soaked with blood from previous battles, the two warriors regarded each other with the kind of mutual respect that could exist only between professionals who understood the costs of their chosen profession. The knight bore himself with dignity that spoke of noble birth and principled conviction, while his equipment showed the careful maintenance that marked someone who treated his weapons and armor as tools of a sacred calling rather than mere instruments of violence. For the first time in years, Godric hesitated before drawing his wand, struck by the sudden understanding that using magic against such an opponent would be not victory but desecration, a violation of everything that combat should represent when undertaken by those who claim to serve justice rather than mere ambition. The knight had chosen to face him knowing full well that his opponent possessed supernatural abilities, accepting odds that would have daunted lesser men, because duty demanded such sacrifice and honor required such courage. To repay such bravery with magical force would be to reduce himself to the level of common murderer, someone who killed not because circumstances required it, but because convenience suggested it. The realization struck him with the force of revelation, illuminating truths that had been hidden beneath layers of rationalization and self-deception, accumulated during his years of aimless warfare. He was not serving any cause worthy of the name, but had become a weapon for hire whose abilities were employed without regard for the righteousness of the purposes they served. The duel that followed was fought with sword alone, steel against steel in the ancient tradition that had governed single combat since warriors first learned to forge metal into weapons worthy of the name. It was a contest that tested not just physical skill but character, revealing qualities in both participants that magical combat could never have displayed. The knight fought with controlled fury that spoke of years spent mastering his craft, while Godric discovered that the sword work Ellen had taught him during their courtship had prepared him for exactly this moment, this test of worthiness that required him to set aside his supernatural advantages in favor of purely human excellence. The battle raged across the misty field like a deadly dance, each participant pushing the other to the limits of skill and endurance, both discovering capabilities they had not known they possessed when forced to rely upon training and instinct rather than overwhelming force or technological advantage. Here was combat as it was meant to be, a meeting of equals who brought nothing to the contest except what they had earned through dedication and sacrifice, a pure expression of the warrior's art that elevated both participants regardless of who might eventually claim victory. When the knight finally fell, defeated by a combination of fatigue and a moment's inattention that allowed Godric's blade to find the gap in his armor, there was no triumph in the victory but only sorrow for the loss of someone whose courage had reminded him of what he had once hoped to become. The dying man's final words were not curses or pleas for mercy, but acknowledgement of the skill that had bested him and respect for an opponent who had chosen to fight as an equal, rather than relying upon advantages that would have made the contest meaningless. Standing over the body of the knight whose death had taught him more about honor than years of magical education had ever provided, Godric understood that he had reached a crossroads that would determine not just the direction of his future, but the fundamental nature of who he would become. He could continue on his present path, accumulating wealth and reputation, through the application of magical force to conflicts that had no meaning beyond immediate gain, or he could seek a different way of living that honored the memory of those who had died believing in causes greater than personal advancement. The decision, when it crystallized in his mind with the clarity that comes only in moments of genuine moral crisis, sent him on a journey that would take him far from the familiar battlefields of Britain toward places where ancient powers still held sway, and the modern world had not yet imposed its limitations upon possibility itself. He would seek out the goblin realm of Ragnarok I, that legendary king whose mastery of metallurgy had produced weapons and armor that were spoken of in whispers by those fortunate enough to have witnessed their creation. The path to the goblin territories led through regions that existed on the margins of human knowledge, places where the boundary between the mundane and magical worlds grew thin enough that careful travelers might slip between them without triggering the defenses that protected both realms from unwanted intrusion. These were lands that had been shaped by powers older than human civilization, where stone circles marked places of assembly for beings whose purposes and methods remained mysteries to scholars who had spent lifetimes studying their works. The underground realm of Ragnarok I was unlike anything Godric had ever imagined, a vast network of chambers and passages that had been carved from living rock by artisans whose understanding of both engineering and aesthetics exceeded anything in the surface world. Here, where the heartbeat of the earth itself could be felt through floors that pulsed with geological rhythms, the Goblin King held court, surrounded by the greatest craftsmen their race had ever produced, masters of their trades who worked with materials and techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible even with magical enhancement. Ragnuk himself was a figure who commanded respect through presence rather than ceremony, a ruler whose authority was based upon skill and wisdom rather than mere political position. His court was filled with the sounds of industry and creation, the ring of hammers on metal and the hiss of quenching that marked the birth of objects whose quality would outlast civilizations. This was craftsmanship elevated to the level of art, work that honored both the materials being shaped and the purposes they would serve when complete. The audience that Godric was eventually granted came only after weeks of waiting that tested his patience and demonstrated his sincerity. Time spent observing goblin society and learning to appreciate the values that governed their culture. These were beings who measured worth through contribution rather than inheritance, who respected skill more than status, who understood that true wealth lay in the ability to create rather than merely accumulate the creations of others. When he finally stood before the Goblin King in the great forge chamber where the most important works were undertaken, Godric spoke not of his noble birth or magical abilities, but of the lessons he had learned from those who had shaped his understanding of what strength really meant. He told of Ellen and her family, of their dedication to healing and their willingness to help anyone who came to them in need, of the courage they had shown in living according to principles that placed service above safety and compassion above convenience. He spoke of the knight whose death had reminded him that true honor required more than superior force, that worthiness had to be earned through choices that honored the best in human nature, rather than merely exploiting advantages that accident of birth might have provided. He described the vision that had been born from grief and refined through years of wandering, the dream of a place where courage could be taught, not as aggression, but as the willingness to sacrifice for causes worthy of such sacrifice. The request he made was simple in its expression, but profound in its implications. A plea for a weapon that would serve not as instrument of domination, but as symbol of the principles he hoped to embody. He asked for a sword that would respond only to courage of the truest kind, that could not be wielded by those whose motivations were tainted by selfishness or whose methods violated the honor it was meant to represent. Ragnuk listened to this request with the attention he would have given to the most complex technical specification, understanding that what was being asked for was not merely a weapon, but a statement of philosophy made manifest in steel and silver. The sword that would emerge from his forge would need to embody qualities that went beyond physical properties, to encompass moral dimensions that required magical enhancement of the most subtle and sophisticated kind. The forging process that followed was unlike anything that had ever been attempted in the Goblin realm, a collaboration between the greatest craftsmen of their race and magical forces that had to be carefully balanced to achieve the desired result. The blade was shaped from goblin silver that had been purified through processes that removed not just physical impurities, but spiritual contamination that might have compromised its intended function, while the edge was enhanced with techniques that would allow it to cut through deception as easily as flesh and bone. The tempering required dragon's blood freely given rather than taken by force, a requirement that sent Ragnuk's agents to distant lands, where they negotiated with ancient worms who understood the significance of what was being created. The magical properties that were woven into the metal during this process would ensure that the sword could never be used for purposes that violated its essential nature, while the enhancements that were added during the final stages of creation would allow it to serve as beacon and guide for those worthy of wielding it. But the true test of the sword's completion came not from any technical evaluation, but from its response to Godric himself when he was finally allowed to take it in his hands. The blade sang with harmonics that spoke of power held in perfect balance, while the weight and balance were so perfectly suited to his grip and reach that it felt like an extension of his own arm rather than a separate tool. More importantly, he could sense the sword's awareness of his intentions and motivations, its ability to judge whether his purposes were worthy of its service. The payment that Ragnuk demanded for this masterwork was not gold or jewels, but promise and commitment. A binding oath that the sword would be used only in service of the principles that had inspired its creation. This was a transaction that went beyond mere commerce to encompass moral obligation, an agreement that made Godric not just the owner of a remarkable weapon, but the guardian of ideals that the sword itself would help to preserve and protect through the centuries to come. But the creation of the sword, magnificent though it was, had consequences that extended far beyond the simple transaction between craftsman and client. The Goblin Court contained factions whose dedication to their race's ancient traditions conflicted with the innovations that Ragnuk had embraced in creating a weapon for someone outside their community. These traditionalists viewed the sword not as a masterpiece of collaborative creation, but as violation of laws and customs that had governed Goblin society since before human civilization had learned to work metal. The objections raised by these conservatives were not merely ceremonial, but based upon genuine concerns about precedent and the long-term implications of Ragnuk's decision. If Goblin craftsmen could create weapons for human warriors, what would prevent other races from making similar demands? If traditional restrictions could be set aside for sufficiently compelling reasons, how could they maintain the cultural boundaries that had preserved Goblin independence throughout centuries of human expansion and magical development? The debate that raged within the Goblin Court following the sword's completion was more than political disagreement, but fundamental questioning of values and priorities that had guided their civilization through countless challenges and changes. On one side stood those who believed that excellence in craftsmanship was its own justification, that creating objects of supreme quality served purposes that transcended narrow tribal loyalties. On the other, stood those who argued that preservation of Goblin culture required strict adherence to traditional practices, that any deviation from established customs represented the first step toward dissolution of everything that made their society unique and valuable. The resolution of this conflict came not through reasoned debate or political compromise, but through the brutal logic of civil war, a struggle that divided the Goblin realm into factions whose differences could no longer be reconciled through peaceful means. The violence that erupted in the underground kingdom was all the more terrible for occurring in spaces that had been designed for creation rather than destruction, halls where the sounds of industry gave way to the clash of weapons and the cries of the wounded and dying. Godric found himself at the center of this conflict not by choice, but by the simple fact that his request had precipitated the crisis that was tearing Goblin society apart. The sword that was to have been symbol of honor and justice had instead become the catalyst for bloodshed that violated everything he had hoped it would represent. The irony was bitter beyond expression. The understanding that his quest for a weapon worthy of noble purposes had instead created circumstances that demanded its use for the most basic purpose of all survival in the face of enemies who sought his destruction. The battle that followed tested every skill he had acquired during his years as a wandering warrior. But this was combat unlike anything he had experienced on the surface world. Goblin warriors fought with weapons and tactics that had been developed specifically for underground warfare, using the environment itself as ally and the confined spaces of their realm to neutralize many of the advantages that size and reach normally provided in single combat. Their knowledge of the passages and chambers was encyclopedic, while their understanding of how sound and light behaved in such spaces gave them advantages that no surface dweller could hope to match. But the sword that had been the source of all this conflict proved itself worthy of the blood that was being spilled in its name, responding to Godric's need with capabilities that exceeded even Ragnuk's promises about its potential. The blade seemed to anticipate the movements of his enemies, guiding his hands toward defensive positions and offensive opportunities that his conscious mind had not yet recognized. More importantly, it provided him with understanding of goblin combat techniques that allowed him to adapt his own fighting style to match the unique challenges of underground warfare. The conflict raged through chambers and passages that had been peaceful for centuries, transforming places of learning and creation into battlefields, where ancient grudges were settled with contemporary weapons, and long-suppressed disagreements were resolved through applications of force rather than appeals to reason. The very foundations of goblin society were being tested in ways that would determine not just the outcome of this particular struggle, but the future direction of their entire civilization. When dawn finally broke over the surface world high above the goblin realm, it illuminated a kingdom that had been forever changed by the night's violence. The traditionalists who had opposed Ragnuk's innovation lay dead or fled, their objections silenced by the simple proof that the sword they had denounced was indeed worthy of the principles it had been created to serve. But victory had come at a cost that made celebration impossible, a price paid in goblin blood that stained the floors where masterpieces had been created, and would continue to be a reminder of what such excellence could cost when it challenged established order. Ragnuk himself survived the conflict, but bore wounds that went deeper than mere physical damage, injuries to his spirit that would never fully heal, despite his vindication in the eyes of those who remained loyal to his vision. The king who had dared to create something unprecedented found himself ruling over a realm diminished by the very success that had proven his critics wrong, governing a people whose unity had been shattered by the divisions his innovation had revealed. The sword that had been forged to serve justice had indeed proven itself through trial by combat, but its first great victory had come at the cost of civil war among those who had created it. The lesson was harsh but necessary, an understanding that even the most noble purposes could have consequences that challenged the principles they were meant to serve, that the pursuit of excellence always carried risks that could not be fully calculated in advance. Standing in the ruins of what had been the greatest goblin forge in existence, surrounded by evidence of destruction that his request had ultimately caused, Godric accepted the sword that was now truly his, by right of combat as well as creation. But he also accepted responsibility for the consequences of his quest, understanding that the weapon he now carried was not just tool of justice, but reminder of the prices that such tools demanded from everyone involved in their making and using. The departure from the goblin realm was not the triumphant exit of a hero who had achieved his quest, but the somber withdrawal of someone who had learned that victory and defeat were often indistinguishable when viewed from sufficient distance. The sword at his side sang with power and purpose, but its music was harmonized with echoes of goblin voices that would sing no more because of choices he had made and consequences he had been forced to accept. The surface world to which he returned felt strange after the intense experiences of the underground kingdom, its problems somehow less immediate and urgent than the life and death struggles he had witnessed in the goblin realm. But the sword's weight at his side was constant reminder that he now carried obligations that went beyond personal redemption or individual advancement, responsibilities to the ideals that the weapon embodied, and the prices that had been paid to bring those ideals into physical existence. The years that followed his return from the goblin realm were marked by a different approach to the conflicts that continued to rage across Britain, a more thoughtful application of his abilities that took into account not just immediate tactical objectives, but long-term consequences that extended far beyond individual battles or campaigns. The sword that had been forged to serve justice began to attract others who shared similar values. Warriors and scholars who recognized in Godric someone whose quest for meaning had transcended mere personal satisfaction to encompass purposes worthy of lifelong dedication. It was during this period of growing reputation and expanding influence that fate arranged the meetings that would change the course of magical education forever. Encounters with three other extraordinary individuals who possessed both the vision to imagine something unprecedented and the commitment necessary to transform dreams into reality. The foundations of what would eventually become Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were laid not in formal planning sessions, but in conversations between kindred spirits who recognized in each other the qualities that would be needed to accomplish something that had never been attempted before. The sword that had cost so much to obtain would find its ultimate purpose not in the battles where it was wielded, but in the school where it would wait, sleeping in magical stasis until circumstances called for its awakening to serve new generations of those brave enough to earn its recognition. The goblin silver from which it had been forged would retain its magical properties for centuries to come, while the principles that had inspired its creation would guide the education of countless students who would never know the full story of what their teachers had sacrificed to provide them with opportunities for learning and growth. In quiet moments when he contemplated the weight of what he had undertaken and the distances he had traveled from the grieving young man who had sworn vengeance over his beloved's ashes, Godric understood that his wandering years had been necessary preparation for responsibilities he could never have imagined during his youth. The sword that hung at his side was more than weapon but symbol of transformation, evidence that even the greatest tragedies could be transformed into foundations for achievements that honored both the dead and the living in ways that simple revenge could never accomplish. The legend that was already growing around his name would continue to develop through the centuries that followed. But the man who bore that name had found something more valuable than fame or reputation in the underground forges, where master craftsmen had risked everything to create an object worthy of the principles it was meant to serve. He had discovered that true strength lay not in the ability to impose one's will upon others, but in the wisdom to recognize when such imposition was necessary and when it was merely the exercise of power for its own sake. The future that awaited him would bring new challenges and different forms of loss, but it would also provide opportunities to build something lasting from the lessons learned during his years of wandering and searching. The sword that had been forged in goblin fire would become the cornerstone of an institution that would outlast empires, while the principles that had inspired its creation would guide generations of students toward understanding that courage without wisdom was mere recklessness, and wisdom without courage was merely cowardice disguised as prudence. The tapestry of fate weaves patterns that mortal eyes can seldom perceive until the final threads have been set in place, and the design stands complete in all its terrible beauty, revealing connections that seemed impossible when viewed through the narrow lens of individual experience, but which prove inevitable when examined from the broader perspective that only time and distance can provide. It was in this manner that the four founders of what would become the most legendary school in magical history found themselves drawn together during the twilight years of the 10th century, when the old world was dying in blood and fire, while something new struggled to be born from the ashes of everything that had come before. Godric Gryffindor had spent the decade following his emergence from the Goblin realm, traveling the length and breadth of Britain, his reputation preceding him like ripples on a pond disturbed by stones thrown by invisible hands. The sword that hung at his side had become as famous as the man who wielded it, spoken of in whispers by those who understood that certain weapons were more than mere metal and magic, but embodied principles that could change the world when placed in hands worthy of such power. Yet for all the legends that surrounded his name, he remained fundamentally alone, a figure set apart by the very qualities that made him extraordinary, searching for purposes worthy of abilities that seemed to grow stronger with each passing season. The first of his future colleagues to cross his path was Rowena Ravenclaw, encountered during a winter that had settled over the Scottish Highlands like a living thing, covering familiar landmarks in snow so deep that the very geography seemed transformed into something from the realm of dreams. She was fleeing political persecution that had made her homeland uninhabitable for someone whose intellectual pursuits challenged established religious doctrine, carrying with her nothing more than the clothes on her back, and a mind that contained knowledge accumulated through decades of scholarly investigation into subjects that most people preferred to leave unexplored. Their meeting took place in a wayside inn that catered to travelers whose business required discretion and whose origins were better left unexamined, a establishment where gold spoke louder than questions and comfort could be purchased, without the complications that attended more respectable accommodations. Godric had sought shelter from weather that threatened to kill even someone with his magical abilities, while Rowena had stopped to rest during a journey that had already claimed more of her strength than she could safely spare without risking collapse from exhaustion that could prove fatal in such remote territory. The conversation that developed between them began with the cautious politeness that strangers showed each other when uncertain about potential threats or opportunities, but it quickly evolved into something deeper and more significant, as each recognized in the other qualities that were rare enough to be precious beyond measure. Here was intelligence that had been refined through genuine scholarship rather than mere academic pretension, wisdom that had been earned through personal experience rather than inherited from others, and most importantly, the kind of moral conviction that could sustain someone through trials that would destroy lesser souls. Rowena possessed understanding of magical theory that exceeded anything Godric had encountered, even among the most learned wizards of his acquaintance. Knowledge that went beyond practical applications to encompass the fundamental principles that governed supernatural phenomena. But what impressed him even more than her intellectual achievements was her commitment to learning for its own sake, the pure love of knowledge that drove her to investigate questions simply because they were worth asking rather than because their answers might provide some immediate practical advantage. She spoke of visions that haunted her dreams, images of a great institution where the accumulated wisdom of centuries could be preserved and transmitted to future generations, who would build upon that foundation to achieve understanding that exceeded anything their predecessors had imagined possible. These were not idle fantasies, but carefully considered plans based upon extensive research into educational methods and institutional structures, detailed proposals that demonstrated both theoretical sophistication and practical understanding of what such an undertaking would require. But beneath her scholarly demeanor lay steel that had been tempered in fires that would have consumed those whose dedication was merely intellectual rather than existential. She had sacrificed everything for her commitment to learning, abandoning family and homeland and social position to pursue knowledge that others considered dangerous or heretical. Her exile was not temporary displacement, but permanent severance from everything that had once defined her identity. A choice that required courage of a different sort than what was demanded on battlefields, but no less real or meaningful for being expressed through intellectual rather than physical struggle. The winter they spent in that remote inn, waiting for weather to clear sufficiently for safe travel, became an extended seminar in magical theory and practice that educated both participants in ways that formal instruction never could have achieved. Godric shared techniques he had learned during his wandering years, methods that combined different magical traditions in ways that produced results exceeding what any single approach could accomplish. Rowena contributed theoretical frameworks that explained why such combinations worked, and suggested new possibilities that neither had previously considered. But more important than the magical knowledge they exchanged was the meeting of minds that recognized kindred dedication to purposes larger than personal advancement. Here were two people who had chosen difficult paths because they believed such choices were necessary, who had accepted isolation and hardship because the alternatives would have required compromising principles they held more dear than comfort or social acceptance. The friendship that developed between them was built upon mutual respect and shared commitment to ideals that demanded everything their adherents had to give. When spring finally arrived and travel became possible once again, they discovered that their separate journeys were leading them toward the same destination, though neither had realized it until circumstances had brought them together in that isolated inn where winter had trapped them with their thoughts and dreams. The vision that had driven Rowena into exile was remarkably similar to the purpose that had begun to crystallize in Godric's mind during his years of searching for meaning beyond mere personal redemption or individual achievement. The second encounter came during the following autumn, when the leaves had turned to gold and crimson that seemed to mirror the fires burning in both their hearts as they contemplated the magnitude of what they were hoping to accomplish. They found Helga Hufflepuff in a village that had been ravaged by plague, working alone among the sick, and dying with dedication that had already cost her most of her own health, but which she continued to maintain, because the alternative was abandoning people who had no one else to care for them in their final extremity. Helga's approach to magic was fundamentally different from anything either of her future colleagues had encountered, based not upon theoretical understanding or combat application, but upon compassion, applied with systematic thoroughness and supernatural effectiveness. She possessed intuitive understanding of healing arts that went beyond formal medical training to encompass empathetic connection with those who suffered, ability to sense what was needed and provide it without regard for personal cost or conventional limitations on what individual healers could accomplish. Her decision to remain in the plague-stricken village, when all others, with the means to leave, had already departed, spoke to character that elevated service above safety, duty above personal welfare, love of humanity above the natural instinct for self-preservation that governed most people's choices when faced with similar circumstances. She could have used her magical abilities to protect herself completely from the disease that was killing others, but such protection would have required maintaining barriers that would have prevented the kind of intimate contact necessary for effective healing. Instead, she had chosen to share the risks that her patients faced, accepting vulnerability that made her more rather than less effective as a healer, while demonstrating the kind of moral courage that impressed even someone like Godric, who had spent years testing his own bravery in combat against enemies, whose defeat required nothing more complex than superior force skillfully applied. This was courage of a different sort entirely, the willingness to face enemies that could not be defeated through violence, to accept suffering that could not be prevented through strength or cleverness or magical ability. The three of them working together accomplished more in the weeks that followed than any of them could have achieved individually, combining their different approaches to magic in ways that produced results that seemed miraculous, even by the standards of a world where supernatural phenomena were commonplace. Godric's combat magic provided protection for healers who needed to work without fear of attack, while Rowena's theoretical knowledge suggested treatments that conventional medical wisdom had never considered. Helga's compassionate skill guided their efforts toward applications that honored the dignity of those they served while maximizing the effectiveness of their intervention. But more than their magical collaboration was the meeting of philosophies that had developed along different paths, but which proved remarkably compatible when examined closely. All three had reached similar conclusions about the responsibility that came with supernatural ability, understanding that power was meaningful only when used in service of purposes worthy of the sacrifices it demanded. They shared commitment to ideals that transcended personal advancement, dedication to causes that would outlast their individual lives, and vision of a future where magical ability would serve justice rather than mere convenience or ambition. The conversations that occupied their evenings during that period of intensive healing work began to sketch the outline of an institution that could embody their shared values, while providing practical education for future generations who would inherit both the opportunities and the responsibilities that came with supernatural ability. This would be something unprecedented in the magical world. A school that welcomed students regardless of their background, while preparing them for lives dedicated to service rather than domination, wisdom rather than mere cleverness, courage rather than simple aggression. But their plans remained incomplete until the fourth member of their group was added to their circle, bringing with him abilities and perspectives that complemented their own, while adding dimensions they had not previously considered. Salazar Slytherin appeared in their lives during the following spring, when they were traveling toward the northern regions where they hoped to find a suitable location for their proposed school, a journey that had become as much pilgrimage as practical expedition, as they sought the perfect site for something that had never been attempted before. Their first encounter with Salazar took place under circumstances that revealed both his extraordinary abilities and the complex character that would make him simultaneously the most valued and the most troubling member of their partnership. They found him defending a small, magical community that was under attack by raiders whose motivations seemed to be pure malice rather than any comprehensible political or economic objective. Enemies whose methods suggested familiarity with the darkest applications of supernatural force, combined with complete disregard for any moral considerations that might have constrained their actions. The battle that was raging when they arrived had already claimed most of the settlement's defenders, while the attackers showed every sign of possessing both the strength and the ruthlessness necessary to complete their destruction of everything and everyone they had come to eliminate. But Salazar stood alone among the ruins, his wand-weaving patterns that held back forces that should have overwhelmed any individual wizard, regardless of their skill or determination. His magic powered by will that refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat, even when faced with odds that rational calculation would have declared hopeless. What impressed Godric most about this display was not the raw power that Salazar commanded, though that was considerable, but the precision with which he applied his abilities and the strategic thinking that allowed him to maximize their effectiveness despite being vastly outnumbered. This was not the wild fury of someone fighting for survival, but the controlled application of force by someone who understood both his own capabilities and his enemy's weaknesses well enough to exploit advantages that were not immediately apparent to casual observation. The intervention of 3 additional wizards, whose abilities complemented his own, transformed the tactical situation in ways that allowed Salazar to shift from purely defensive tactics to coordinated offensive operations that systematically eliminated their enemies, while minimizing further damage to the settlement they were defending. The battle that followed demonstrated what could be accomplished when magical practitioners with different specializations worked together in pursuit of common objectives, each contributing their unique strengths to achieve results that none could have accomplished alone. But it was the aftermath of combat that revealed the qualities that would make Salazar both invaluable and ultimately incompatible with the vision that was taking shape in the minds of his 3 colleagues. His treatment of captured enemies was efficient and practical, based upon understanding that such people would return to their predatory activities if given any opportunity to do so, but it also reflected a coldness toward human suffering that troubled even someone like Godric, who had spent years dealing death to those who deserved it. Where Helga sought ways to heal even their enemies once the immediate threat had been neutralized, Salazar saw such efforts as dangerous sentimentality that ignored the practical realities of dealing with people whose nature made them permanently hostile to any form of civilized order. Where Rowena looked for underlying causes that might explain their enemies' behavior and suggest long-term solutions, Salazar focused on immediate practical measures that would prevent repetition of such attacks, regardless of their ultimate origins or deeper significance. Yet despite these philosophical differences, the four of them found themselves drawn together by recognition that their individual talents could serve causes worthy of the dedication they had already demonstrated in their separate lives. The conversations that developed during the weeks following their first collaboration revealed shared commitment to transforming the magical world in ways that would honor the best impulses of human nature, while acknowledging the darker realities that could never be completely eliminated or safely ignored. Salazar's contributions to their emerging vision were both essential and troubling, bringing perspectives that none of the others possessed while introducing elements that challenged some of their most cherished assumptions about what their school should accomplish and how it should operate. His understanding of political realities was sophisticated in ways that their more idealistic approaches had not adequately considered, while his grasp of strategic thinking provided practical frameworks for achieving objectives that might otherwise have remained merely aspirational. He possessed knowledge of pure-blood magical traditions that went back centuries before their time, understanding of techniques and approaches that had been preserved within old families who guarded their secrets with dedication that bordered on fanaticism. This included not just spellcraft and magical theory, but comprehensive approaches to education that had proven effective in producing wizards whose abilities exceeded anything that could be achieved through conventional instruction methods. But his emphasis on bloodline and heredity as factors that influenced magical ability introduced complications that none of his colleagues were comfortable addressing directly, even when they could not deny the evidence that supported some of his conclusions. There were indeed differences in magical potential that correlated with family background, though whether these were truly hereditary or simply the result of better training and resources remained subject to debate that could become heated when participants felt their fundamental beliefs were being challenged. The location they eventually chose for their school was a testament to the power of collaborative vision translated into physical reality through magical means that exceeded anything any of them could have accomplished individually. The Scottish Highlands provided isolation that would protect their students from external interference, while offering natural beauty that would inspire those who came to learn and grow within their walls. More importantly, the region contained sources of ancient magic that could be tapped to power the extensive enchantments that such an institution would require. The site itself was a valley that had been sacred to the Celtic peoples who had inhabited the region before Roman conquest, a place where standing stones marked convergences of magical energy that could be felt like electricity in the air during certain seasons and weather conditions. Here, where druids had once gathered to work magic that required no wands or formal incantations, the four founders began the process of creating something that would outlast empires while serving purposes that transcended any single generation's understanding of what magical education could accomplish. The construction of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry required not just magical power, but architectural vision that could translate their educational philosophy into physical spaces that would support and enhance the learning they hoped to facilitate. Each of the founders contributed their own understanding of what such spaces should provide, while their collaboration produced designs that incorporated elements none of them would have conceived individually. Godric's contributions emphasized the importance of courage and honor in the physical environment, spaces that would challenge students to exceed their perceived limitations while providing the security necessary for taking risks that genuine learning required. His vision included towers that reached toward the sky like prayers made manifest in stone, halls that echoed with the voices of those brave enough to speak truth regardless of consequences, and chambers where weapons could be studied not as instruments of aggression, but as symbols of the willingness to defend what was precious against forces that sought its destruction. Rowena's influence was evident in the library that became the heart of their institution, a repository of knowledge that would grow with each passing generation as students and teachers added their own discoveries to the accumulated wisdom of their predecessors. But beyond mere collection of books and scrolls, she envisioned spaces that would stimulate intellectual curiosity while providing the quiet necessary for deep thinking. Rooms where the most complex questions could be pondered without interruption, from the practical concerns that dominated daily life outside academic walls. Helga's contributions focused on creating environments that would nurture the whole person rather than merely the magical abilities that had brought students to their attention. Common areas where people from different backgrounds could learn to appreciate each other's qualities. Kitchens where the preparation and sharing of food would serve as a reminder that even the most powerful wizards remained human beings with physical needs that connected them to all other living things. Salazar's architectural vision was perhaps the most sophisticated, reflecting understanding of defensive magic and strategic planning that the others lacked. His designs incorporated hidden passages and concealed chambers that could serve as refuges if the school came under attack, while his contribution to the overall protective scheme provided layers of security that would deter enemies without creating the kind of fortress mentality that could stifle the open exchange of ideas that education required. But the true magic of Hogwarts lay not in any single architectural feature, but in the way different elements worked together to create an environment that was greater than the sum of its parts, a place where learning could flourish because every aspect of the physical setting had been designed to support and enhance the educational mission that brought them all together. The castle that emerged from their collaborative vision was both beautiful and functional, inspiring and practical, safe and challenging in ways that reflected the complex balance they hoped to achieve in their approach to magical education. The protective enchantments that shielded their school from unwanted attention or hostile interference represented perhaps the most sophisticated magical working that any of them had ever attempted. A collaborative spell weaving that required perfect coordination between practitioners whose individual styles were quite different, but whose shared commitment to their mission provided the unity necessary for success. The result was a network of protections that would adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining the essential function of keeping their students safe from external threats. To Muggle eyes, the castle would appear as nothing more than a dangerous ruin that wise travelers would avoid. Its broken walls and treacherous approaches serving as natural deterrent to casual exploration, while concealing the magnificent reality that existed within the illusion. To magical perception, however, the school would reveal itself in all its glory, welcoming those who belonged while maintaining barriers that would exclude those whose presence would threaten the harmony necessary for effective education. The year was 993 in the common calendar, though within the walls of their newly completed school time seemed to move according to different rhythms that honored both learning and growth rather than mere passage of seasons. The four founders stood together in the great hall they had created, looking up at a ceiling that reflected the sky above while providing shelter from whatever storms might rage beyond their walls, understanding that they had accomplished something unprecedented in the history of magical education. But creation was only the beginning of their challenge, for they now faced the more complex task of determining how their school would select and sort the students who would benefit from what they had built. The question of admission criteria had been discussed extensively during the planning process, with each founder bringing different perspectives about what qualities were most important in potential students and how those qualities could be identified and nurtured through appropriate educational approaches. The solution they eventually developed reflected both their shared commitment to excellence and their individual understanding of what forms such excellence could take. Rather than attempting to impose a single standard that might exclude students whose potential was not immediately obvious, they agreed to establish 4 separate houses within their school, each representing different but equally valuable approaches to magical learning and personal development. Godric's house would welcome those whose primary strength lay in courage and determination, students who possessed the kind of moral bravery that would enable them to stand for justice, even when such stands required personal sacrifice. These would not necessarily be the most naturally gifted students in terms of raw magical ability, but they would be those whose character could be trusted to use whatever power they possessed in service of causes worthy of such dedication. Rowena's house would attract those whose love of learning and intellectual curiosity drove them to explore questions simply because such exploration was valuable in itself, students who understood that knowledge was precious regardless of its immediate practical applications. These scholars would form the foundation for continued advancement of magical understanding, pushing the boundaries of what was known and possible through careful research and creative investigation. Helga's house would provide home for those whose greatest strength lay in loyalty and dedication to others, students who understood that true accomplishment required collaboration and mutual support rather than individual competition. These would be the healers and helpers, the ones who made communities possible by their willingness to place collective welfare above personal advancement. Salazar's house would serve those whose ambition and cunning could be channeled toward achievement that honored their potential while serving larger purposes than mere personal advancement. These students would become the leaders and innovators, the ones whose strategic thinking and determined pursuit of excellence would shape the magical world for generations to come. But the establishment of these 4 houses, logical though it seemed as solution to the practical problem of organizing their student body, carried within it the seeds of conflicts that would eventually challenge the unity that had made their school possible in the first place. Different approaches to magic and learning, when institutionalized and given separate identities, had tendency to develop into competing philosophies that could divide rather than complement each other, especially when external pressures created circumstances where such divisions could be exploited by those who preferred conflict to cooperation. For now, however, such concerns remained in the future, hidden beneath the immediate excitement of watching their dream take physical form and begin serving the purpose for which it had been created. The first students who walked through their doors would have no idea what sacrifices had been necessary to provide them with opportunities for learning and growth that exceeded anything available elsewhere in the magical world, but their presence would validate everything the founders had hoped to accomplish through their collaboration. The legacy they were creating would outlast their individual lives by centuries, growing and changing with each generation while maintaining the essential commitment to excellence and service that had brought them together in the first place. The school they had built together would become legendary, not just for the power of its magic, but for the character of those who learned within its walls. Proof that education could indeed transform the world when guided by wisdom and sustained by love that transcended the boundaries that usually separated people from each other. In the quiet moments when they contemplated what they had accomplished and what challenges still lay ahead, the 4 founders understood that they had created something that was larger than any of them individually, but which depended upon their continued cooperation for its survival and growth. The bonds between them had been forged in shared vision and tested through collaborative effort, but they would need to remain strong if their school was to serve its intended purpose through whatever trials the future might bring. The years flowed like water through cupped hands, carrying with them the accumulated wisdom of countless lessons learned and the gradual understanding that even the most carefully constructed institutions must eventually face the fundamental question of continuity, the challenge of ensuring that principles and purposes survive beyond the lives of those who first embodied them. Within the walls of Hogwarts, where students came and went like seasonal flowers that bloomed brilliantly before returning to the earth from which they had sprung, the four founders found themselves confronting mortality not as distant abstraction but as immediate practical concern that demanded solutions as innovative as anything they had achieved in magical theory or architectural design. The conversation that would change the course of magical education forever began during a winter evening when snow fell beyond the windows of their private chamber like a curtain drawn between the present moment and the uncertain future that awaited beyond its protection. They had gathered, as was their custom during such contemplative seasons, to review the progress of their students and discuss modifications to curricula that might better serve the changing needs of a magical world that seemed to grow more complex with each passing year. But tonight the discussion took a different turn, moving beyond immediate practical concerns toward deeper questions about the nature of their enterprise and its prospects for surviving the inevitable day when none of them would remain to guide its development. Rowena, whose scholarly mind was always drawn toward long-term implications and systematic analysis, had been calculating lifespans and probabilities with the methodical precision that characterized all her intellectual endeavors, and her conclusions were troubling in their stark simplicity. Who among them could be expected to live another century? Who possessed the combination of magical power, accumulated wisdom, and institutional loyalty that would be necessary to maintain the delicate balance they had achieved between competing educational philosophies and divergent approaches to magical development? Most importantly, who could be trusted to select future students with the same careful attention to character and potential that had made their early classes so successful in producing graduates, whose achievements reflected credit upon their teachers, their institution? The questions hung in the air between them like smoke from a dying fire, impossible to ignore but painful to examine too closely. Each of the founders had devoted the best years of their lives to creating something that transcended individual ambition or personal legacy, but the very success of their collaboration had created dependencies that could not easily be transferred to others who had not shared the experiences that had forged their mutual understanding and respect. Godric, whose warrior's instincts had been honed through decades of facing enemies whose defeat required immediate decisive action, found the abstract nature of this particular challenge more frustrating than any physical threat he had ever confronted. Courage and determination, the qualities that had served him so well in previous crises, seemed inadequate when applied to problems that could not be resolved through superior force or tactical brilliance, but required forms of wisdom that transcended individual capability. The solution, when it finally emerged from their extended deliberations, came not through logical analysis or systematic investigation, but through the kind of intuitive recognition that sometimes accompanies moments of genuine inspiration. Godric found himself thinking of Ellen and the pointed hat she had worn as symbol of her dreams for a future where artificial barriers between communities could be dissolved through understanding and mutual respect. That simple piece of cloth that had somehow embodied hopes too large for any single person to carry, but which had remained vivid in his memory long after everything else, from that tragic period, had faded into the indistinct pain of old grief. The hat itself still rested among his most precious possessions, carefully preserved through charms that prevented decay while maintaining the essential qualities that had made it meaningful to someone whose love had transformed his understanding of what magic could accomplish when guided by wisdom, rather than mere power. It was humble in its construction, woven from materials that any village craftswoman could have obtained, shaped according to patterns that required no special training to execute. Yet it represented something that all their sophisticated magical theory had never quite achieved. Perhaps it was the very simplicity of the hat that made it suitable for the unprecedented magical working they were contemplating. The absence of existing enchantments or inherent magical properties that would interfere with the complex spell weaving they would need to accomplish. Or perhaps it was the emotional significance that the object carried for Godric, the memories and associations that would provide the kind of psychological anchor that such ambitious magic required for stability and permanence. The decision to use Ellen's hat as the foundation for their solution was reached through consensus rather than debate, each of the founders recognizing instinctively that this was not merely practical choice but symbolic necessity, a way of honoring both the past that had shaped them and the future they hoped to create. The hat would become something unprecedented in magical history, an artifact that contained not just spells or enchantments, but actual consciousness, awareness that could perceive and evaluate and choose in ways that no inanimate object had ever achieved. The magical working required to achieve such a transformation pushed the boundaries of what even their combined knowledge and ability could accomplish, demanding innovations in spellcraft that went far beyond anything documented in existing magical literature. This was not simply a matter of creating a powerful artifact, but of bringing into existence a new form of life, consciousness that would be neither fully human nor entirely magical, but something that partook of both natures while transcending the limitations of either. The process began with careful preparation that occupied several weeks of intensive collaboration, each founder contributing their unique understanding of different aspects of the magic they would need to weave together. Rowena provided theoretical frameworks that explained how consciousness could be sustained without biological substrate, while Helga contributed healing knowledge that would ensure the transition from individual memories to collective awareness occurred without damage to the essential qualities they hoped to preserve. Salazar's contributions were perhaps the most crucial, drawing upon ancient pure-blood magical traditions that included techniques for memory, preservation, and consciousness transfer that had been developed over centuries by families who understood that some forms of knowledge were too valuable to risk losing through normal processes of death and succession. These were not arts that were widely known or safely practiced, requiring levels of skill and preparation that few wizards ever achieved, and fewer still survived to teach to others. But it was Godric's personal connection to the hat itself that provided the emotional foundation upon which all their technical innovations would depend for success. The memories and associations that the object carried for him would serve as anchor points for the new consciousness they were creating, reference markers that would help maintain stability and coherence when the transformation process reached its most dangerous stages. The ritual itself took place during the darkest hours of a winter night, when the boundaries between worlds grew thin enough for the kind of magic they were attempting to find purchase in reality, when the normal rules that governed existence relaxed sufficiently to allow innovations that daylight would render impossible. They gathered in the chamber where the sorting hat would eventually make its home, surrounded by protections so comprehensive that no external force could interfere with their delicate work, while no internal error could escape to threaten anyone beyond their immediate circle. Each founder brought to the working not just their magical power, but fragments of their essential selves, memories and experiences, and accumulated wisdom that would be woven into the consciousness they were creating. These were not simple recollections, but living pieces of their identity, aspects of personality and understanding that they would never fully recover, even if the working proved successful beyond their wildest hopes. Rowena contributed her love of learning and her systematic approach to acquiring knowledge, the intellectual curiosity that had driven her into exile, rather than accept limitations on what she could explore and understand. This gift would ensure that the hat possessed sufficient wisdom to evaluate students according to criteria that went beyond surface appearances, to encompass potential that might not yet be obvious even to the students themselves. Helga offered her capacity for empathy and her understanding of human nature in all its complexity and contradiction, the emotional intelligence that had made her effective as a healer and teacher. This aspect of the hat's consciousness would provide sensitivity to the needs and fears of young people facing one of the most important decisions of their lives, ensuring that the sorting process served their development rather than merely satisfying administrative convenience. Salazar's contribution was his strategic intelligence and his understanding of the political realities that would shape the magical world for generations to come, knowledge that would help the hat navigate the complex social dynamics that inevitably developed within any institution. This practical wisdom would ensure that house assignments served not just individual development but institutional stability and effectiveness. But perhaps the most important element that Godric added to their creation was his moral compass, the ethical framework that had been forged through years of struggle with questions about duty and sacrifice and the proper use of power. This would provide the hat with ability to distinguish between ambition that could serve worthy purposes and mere selfishness that would ultimately prove destructive to both individual students and the school community as a whole. The weaving process itself required perfect coordination between 4 very different magical styles and approaches, each founder maintaining their portion of the overall spell structure while responding to changes initiated by their colleagues. This was collaboration of the most intimate kind, requiring complete trust and understanding between practitioners whose individual capabilities had to merge seamlessly into something greater than what any of them could achieve alone. As the magic built toward its climax, the humble hat began to change in ways that went far beyond mere physical transformation, though its appearance did alter subtly as the enchantments took hold. The fabric seemed to gain weight and substance that had nothing to do with material density, while its color shifted toward deeper browns that suggested age and wisdom rather than simple wear. But the most significant changes were invisible to normal perception, alterations in the magical structure of the object that created space for consciousness to take root and flourish. The moment of transition, when individual spells merged into unified magical working and separate contributions became single, coherent whole, was marked by sensation that each of the founders would remember for the rest of their lives. The hat stirred with movement that was clearly not caused by any external force, while something that might have been a voice spoke words that seemed to come from inside their own minds rather than through their ears. The consciousness that awakened in that moment was neither entirely familiar nor completely strange, possessing qualities that each founder recognized as extensions of their own contributions, while displaying characteristics that belonged to none of them individually. The hat's first words were questions rather than declarations, inquiries about its surroundings and circumstances that demonstrated both awareness of its situation and curiosity about what role it was expected to play in the institution that had brought it into existence. The conversations that followed during the remaining hours of darkness revealed a personality that was sophisticated beyond anything they had dared hope for. Consciousness that possessed not just the memories and knowledge they had invested in its creation, but the capacity for growth and learning that would allow it to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining fidelity to the principles that had guided its formation. The hat understood its purpose with clarity that needed no explanation, grasping intuitively both the immediate practical function it would serve and the deeper significance of its role in preserving institutional continuity across generations of students and teachers. But perhaps most remarkably, the hat demonstrated understanding of the sacrifices that had been necessary to create it Awareness of what each founder had given up in order to provide it with the consciousness and capability it would need to serve effectively. This was not mere knowledge, but genuine appreciation, emotional recognition of debt that could never be fully repaid, but which would be honored through dedicated service to the purposes that had justified such extraordinary gifts. The testing of the hat's abilities began during the following weeks, as the founders worked with their creation to refine its understanding of what constituted appropriate criteria for sorting students into the 4 houses. This proved to be more complex than any of them had initially anticipated, requiring not just evaluation of obvious characteristics, but assessment of potential that might not manifest for years to come, recognition of qualities that students themselves might not yet possess, but which could be developed through appropriate educational experiences. The Hat's approach to this challenge demonstrated sophistication that exceeded even their expectations, drawing upon all 4 founders' contributions to develop evaluation methods that were both comprehensive and nuanced. Rather than relying upon simple tests or obvious manifestations of ability, it learned to perceive the deeper patterns of personality and potential that would determine how individual students might best benefit from different educational approaches and social environments. But the most remarkable discovery was the Hat's ability to see beyond individual characteristics, to understand how different combinations of students might interact within each house, how personal qualities that seemed problematic in isolation could prove valuable when balanced by complementary traits in classmates and friends. This was wisdom that went beyond anything the founders had consciously programmed into their creation, suggesting that the consciousness they had brought into being possessed capacity for insight that transcended the sum of their individual contributions. As the Hat's capabilities became more apparent, Godric found himself thinking often about Ellen and how pleased she would have been to see her simple pointed hat transformed into something that embodied the ideals she had believed in so passionately. The artifact that had begun as symbol of hope for unity between divided communities had become instrument for creating the kind of understanding and cooperation that she had dreamed of, bringing together young people from different backgrounds and helping them discover common ground despite surface differences that might otherwise have kept them apart. But the Hat's creation was only part of the legacy that Godric hoped to leave for future generations of students who would need more than wise guidance to face the challenges that awaited them in a world where darkness could never be permanently defeated, but only held at bay through constant vigilance and courage. The sword that had been forged in goblin fires and tested in battles against enemies, both human and supernatural, remained his most personal contribution to the school's defensive capabilities, a weapon that embodied principles as much as power, and which would serve those brave enough to earn its recognition. The process of creating a permanent connection between the sword and the hat required magic that was different from, but no less complex than, the consciousness transfer they had already achieved. Enchantments that would allow the 2 artifacts to communicate across whatever distances might separate them while maintaining their individual purposes and capabilities. The sword would remain hidden except when genuine need called it forth, while the hat would serve as its guardian and judge, determining when circumstances justified, revealing a weapon whose very existence was testament to the reality that some conflicts could not be resolved through negotiation or compromise. The spells that bound sword to hat and hat to sword were woven during another of those liminal nights when ordinary magical laws relaxed enough to permit innovations that would otherwise have been impossible, working that required all 4 founders to maintain their collaboration, despite growing tensions that were beginning to strain relationships that had once seemed unbreakably strong. The success of their creation proved that their partnership could still achieve unprecedented results when focused upon purposes they all shared. But it also highlighted philosophical differences that were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore or reconcile. The enchantments they created that night would ensure that the sword responded not to any external summons or mechanical trigger, but to the hat's assessment of worthiness and need, appearing only when someone demonstrated the kind of moral courage that justified access to such a powerful symbol of justice and determination. The magic was subtle enough to remain undetected by those who might seek to exploit it, while being strong enough to function reliably across centuries of changing circumstances and evolving threats. But perhaps the most important aspect of the sword's new enchantments was the provision for growth and learning that would allow it to adapt to each new bearer while maintaining its essential character and purpose. The weapon would learn from each person who wielded it, adding their experiences and insights to its accumulated wisdom, while providing them with access to knowledge gained from all previous bearers who had proven worthy of its service. The testing of this new connection between hat and sword required careful experimentation that occupied several months of the following academic year, as the founders worked with volunteer students to understand how the enhanced artifacts would function under actual conditions rather than theoretical circumstances. The results exceeded their most optimistic projections, demonstrating not just technical success, but profound harmony between the two objects that suggested their magical natures had been fundamentally altered by the process of connection. The hat's ability to perceive courage worthy of the sword's recognition proved to be remarkably accurate, identifying students whose character contained the kind of moral foundation that could support the responsibility of wielding such a weapon without being corrupted by its power. But equally important was its capacity to distinguish between different forms of bravery, understanding that the courage needed for battle was not necessarily the same as what was required for standing up to friends, or admitting mistakes, or accepting consequences for choices that proved to have been wrong. The sword's response to those the hat deemed worthy was immediate and dramatic, materializing with flourish that left no doubt about the significance of the moment, while demonstrating capabilities that had been enhanced rather than diminished by its new enchantments. But it also showed discrimination in how it appeared, adapting its manifestation to circumstances in ways that provided maximum practical benefit while maintaining appropriate respect for the symbolic weight of its intervention. Perhaps most remarkably, both artifacts demonstrated ability to work together in ways that neither could achieve independently, the hat providing guidance and wisdom, while the sword offered strength and protection, creating partnership that served both practical needs and deeper purposes that reflected the founders' original vision for what their school could accomplish. The harmony between them suggested that consciousness and will, when properly balanced, could create capabilities that transcended what either could achieve through mechanical function or individual initiative. The integration of these enhanced artifacts into the school's regular operations required adjustment period, during which students and faculty alike adapted to the knowledge that their institution possessed defenses and capabilities that went far beyond conventional magical protections. The hat's role in sorting ceremonies took on additional significance when participants understood that they were being evaluated by consciousness that possessed access to wisdom accumulated over generations, while awareness of the sword's availability provided security that allowed greater risks in educational programming and extracurricular activities. But perhaps the most important effect of the artifact's enhancement was the demonstration it provided that innovation and tradition could be successfully combined when guided by wisdom and dedication to worthy purposes. The hat represented preservation of institutional memory and continuity of values, while the sword embodied readiness for action when circumstances demanded intervention that could not be achieved through purely peaceful means. Together, they created balance between contemplation and action, that reflected the founders' understanding of what complete education required. The years that followed the creation of these enhanced artifacts were marked by growing confidence in the school's ability to serve its intended purposes, while adapting to changing circumstances that required flexibility without compromising fundamental principles. Students who graduated from Hogwarts carried with them not just magical knowledge and practical skills, but understanding of values and responsibilities that had been shaped by contact with consciousness that transcended individual limitations and weapons that embodied ideals worthy of any sacrifice. The influence of the Hat's wisdom could be seen in the way graduates approached challenges in their adult lives, demonstrating judgment and discrimination that went beyond what conventional education typically produced. They understood that power was meaningful only when used in service of purposes worthy of its application, that knowledge without wisdom could be more dangerous than ignorance, and that courage required not just willingness to face danger, but commitment to principles that justified the risks such courage inevitably entailed. Similarly, the few students who had been granted access to the sword carried throughout their lives understanding of what it meant to bear weapons, not for conquest or domination, but for protection of those who could not protect themselves. They became leaders in their communities and professions, people whose presence made others feel safer and whose example inspired emulation rather than fear or resentment. But the true test of the artifact's value would come only with time, as generations of students passed through the school and faced challenges that would reveal whether the education they had received truly prepared them for lives of service and achievement. The founders understood that they had created something unprecedented, but they also recognized that ultimate validation would require evidence that could only be provided by those who came after them. As Godric contemplated the legacy he was helping to create through these magical innovations, he found himself thinking often about the journey that had brought him from grief-stricken young man, seeking vengeance to mature educator, working to ensure that future generations would have better tools for addressing the conflicts and challenges that were apparently permanent features of human existence. The sword that hung at his side had been transformed from personal weapon into institutional resource, while the hat that preserved his beloved's dreams had become vehicle for wisdom that would guide countless young people toward understanding of their own potential and purpose. The consciousness that dwelt within that simple piece of cloth carried with it memories and associations that connected past to future in ways that transcended individual mortality, ensuring that the sacrifices made by those who had devoted their lives to worthy causes would not be forgotten or wasted. Each student who was sorted by the hat would unknowingly participate in ritual that honored all those who had given everything to create opportunities for learning and growth that would otherwise never have existed. The sword that would appear in response to genuine need would carry with it legacy of everyone who had wielded it in service of justice. Their experiences and insights adding to accumulated wisdom that would guide future bearers toward understanding of what courage truly meant when applied to challenges that required more than physical bravery to overcome. The weapon would be teacher as much as tool, mentor as much as means of defense, continuing the educational mission, even in moments of greatest danger and highest stakes. But perhaps the most important lesson embodied in both artifacts was the demonstration that individual sacrifice could indeed serve purposes that outlasted personal mortality, that the investments made by those who chose difficult paths in service of worthy causes would continue to generate returns for generations yet to come. The founders' willingness to give pieces of themselves to create these enhanced magical objects would ensure that their influence persisted long after their individual voices had been silenced by time and circumstance. In the quiet moments when he held the hat and felt the consciousness within it, responding to his presence with recognition and affection that transcended normal boundaries between persons and objects. Godric understood that he had helped create something that would preserve not just institutional continuity, but the essential spirit that had motivated their entire enterprise, the love that had driven him to seek justice, the wisdom that had guided their collaboration, the hope that had sustained them through every challenge and setback. All of these would live on in artifacts that had been transformed from mere objects into repositories of everything that made their school valuable and necessary. The legacy they were creating would face its own tests and challenges as the centuries passed, but it would also possess resources and capabilities that no previous educational institution had ever commanded. The consciousness they had awakened would grow and learn and adapt while maintaining fidelity to principles that had justified its creation, while the sword would serve as a reminder that some ideals were worth defending, even when defense required ultimate sacrifice from those brave enough to take such stands. As he looked toward a future that would certainly bring new forms of darkness and new challenges to everything they had built, Godric felt the quiet satisfaction that comes from understanding that the work of one's lifetime had created foundations strong enough to support whatever structures future generations might choose to build upon them. The hat and sword would continue their vigilant service long after he and his colleagues had joined the ranks of those whose portraits hung in places of honor throughout the castle. Their artificial consciousness and enhanced capabilities, ensuring that wisdom and courage would always be available to those who proved worthy of such gifts. The first cracks in the foundation of their great collaboration appeared so gradually that years passed before anyone recognized them as harbingers of catastrophe, rather than mere differences of opinion that time and patience might resolve. Through reasoned discourse and mutual goodwill, like hairline fractures in ancient stone that seem insignificant until winter frost penetrates their depths and splits apart structures that had stood for centuries, the philosophical divisions between Salazar Slytherin and his three colleagues began as subtle disagreements about educational methodology and student selection, before evolving into fundamental conflicts about the nature of magic itself and the responsibilities of those who possessed it. The signs were there for anyone who possessed the wisdom to recognize them, though in the euphoria of watching their school flourish beyond their most optimistic expectations, even the most perceptive observers chose to interpret troubling indicators as temporary adjustments, rather than symptoms of incompatibility that would eventually prove irreconcilable. Salazar had always been the most complex member of their partnership. His brilliant tactical mind and encyclopedic knowledge of magical traditions balanced by perspectives on blood, purity, and hereditary worth that sat uneasily with the more inclusive philosophies embraced by his colleagues. In the early years of Hogwarts, when the novelty of their experiment commanded everyone's attention and the challenges of establishing educational procedures occupied all their creative energy, these philosophical differences had seemed relatively insignificant compared to the enormous tasks they faced together. Salazar's contributions to curriculum development and institutional security were so valuable that his occasional comments about the limitations of Muggle-born students or the dangers of diluting pure magical bloodlines were dismissed as theoretical concerns rather than practical policies that might someday threaten the unity that made their collaboration possible. But as the school's reputation grew and applications for admission increased, bringing students from backgrounds that would previously have been excluded from magical education entirely, Salazar's theoretical concerns began to manifest as practical resistance to admissions, decisions that his colleagues viewed as natural extensions of their founding principles. Where Godric saw young Muggle-born witches whose courage and determination reminded him of everything he valued about the human spirit, Salazar perceived threats to magical traditions that had been preserved through centuries of careful bloodline maintenance. The first open confrontation occurred during a faculty meeting in their 5th year of operation, when they were reviewing applications from prospective students whose diverse backgrounds reflected the growing reputation of Hogwarts throughout the magical communities of Britain and beyond. Among the candidates under consideration was a young girl whose parents were both Muggles, but whose accidental magic had manifested with unusual power and precision, suggesting potential that could benefit from the kind of advanced instruction their school was uniquely positioned to provide. Rowena had been particularly enthusiastic about this candidate, seeing in her academic achievements and intellectual curiosity qualities that reminded her of her own younger self, while Helga had been moved by testimonials from magical neighbors who described the girl's instinctive kindness and her efforts to use her emerging abilities to help others, rather than for personal advantage. Even Godric, despite his usual focus on courage and determination rather than scholarly aptitude, had been impressed by accounts of the child's willingness to defend weaker students from bullying, despite being outnumbered and outmatched by her opponents. Salazar's response to their unanimous enthusiasm was a lecture on the historical relationship between bloodline purity and magical stability that drew upon centuries of pure blood family records to demonstrate correlations between ancestry and achievement that he claimed validated traditional restrictions on magical education. His arguments were sophisticated and well documented, supported by statistical evidence that was difficult to refute through emotional appeals or theoretical principles, and delivered with the kind of calm authority that made disagreement seem like willful ignorance rather than legitimate philosophical difference. He spoke of magical families that had maintained their abilities across dozens of generations through careful attention to bloodline compatibility, contrasting their sustained excellence with examples of mixed marriages that had produced children whose magical abilities were unpredictable, unstable, or insufficient for advanced study. The pattern he described was not universal, he acknowledged, but it was consistent enough to suggest underlying principles that wise educators should not ignore in favor of sentimental preferences for inclusivity over effectiveness. More troubling than his statistical arguments were the subtle ways his language began to shift when discussing students whose magical heritage was less than optimal by his standards. Where once he had simply noted practical limitations that might require additional attention or specialized instruction, he now spoke of inherent deficiencies that could compromise educational outcomes for entire cohorts of students. The Muggle-born girl whose application had triggered this debate was not merely someone whose background presented teaching challenges, but a representative of trends that threatened the fundamental purposes their school was meant to serve. Godric's initial response was measured and diplomatic, drawing upon their years of friendship and successful collaboration to address what he hoped were temporary concerns that could be resolved through patient discussion and mutual accommodation. He acknowledged the validity of some statistical correlations, while questioning whether they justified exclusionary policies that would prevent potentially excellent students from receiving education that could benefit both them individually and the magical community as a whole. But as the debate continued through that long winter evening and into subsequent meetings that grew increasingly heated with each iteration, it became clear that the differences between them went far deeper than disagreements about admissions policies or teaching methods. What was emerging was a fundamental conflict about the nature of magical society itself and the role their school should play in shaping its future development. Salazar's vision of Hogwarts was as an institution that would preserve and enhance the magical traditions that had been developed over centuries by families whose bloodlines carried concentrated magical ability, a place where the most talented students from the most accomplished backgrounds could receive advanced instruction that would prepare them for leadership roles in a society that recognized excellence and rewarded achievement. This was not mere elitism, but practical recognition of realities that sentiment and wishful thinking could not alter. His colleagues' approach, by contrast, seemed to him dangerously naive about the consequences of their inclusivity, well-intentioned, but ultimately destructive to the very qualities that made magical education valuable in the first place. By accepting students whose magical abilities were limited by inferior breeding, they were lowering standards that had been established through centuries of careful development, diluting excellence in pursuit of equality that could only result in mediocrity for everyone involved. The philosophical framework that supported these arguments was internally consistent and historically grounded, drawing upon documented examples and statistical evidence that his colleagues found difficult to refute through purely logical analysis. Where they saw individual students whose potential deserved nurturing regardless of their background, he saw representatives of broader trends that threatened institutional purposes and social stability that had taken generations to achieve. But beneath the academic arguments and statistical evidence lay darker currents that began to surface as the debates intensified and positions hardened into incompatible worldviews. Salazar's concern for magical purity was not merely practical, but touched on deeper beliefs about natural hierarchies and the dangers of allowing inferior elements to contaminate superior ones, ideas that connected to ancient prejudices that predated their school's founding by centuries. The language he used when discussing these concerns began to take on qualities that reminded his colleagues uncomfortably of the kind of rhetoric they had heard from the most extreme elements in wizarding society, people whose dedication to blood purity extended beyond educational policy into areas that bordered on racial ideology. When he spoke of the need to preserve magical bloodlines from contamination, when he described Muggle-born students as potentially dangerous influences on their pure-blood classmates, when he suggested that mixing different types of magic could produce unstable results that threatened everyone involved, his words carried echoes of arguments that had been used throughout history to justify discrimination and violence against those deemed inferior by dominant groups. Rowena was the first to articulate concerns that all three of his colleagues were beginning to share, pointing out that his statistical evidence was being interpreted through frameworks that assumed conclusions rather than testing hypotheses. The correlations he cited between bloodline purity and magical achievement could be explained by factors that had nothing to do with hereditary superiority, including differential access to resources, advanced training, and social connections that gave pure-blood children advantages that had nothing to do with innate ability. Her challenge to his methodology was supported by alternative analyses that demonstrated how environmental factors could account for the patterns he described without requiring assumptions about genetic determinism or inherent superiority. The same data that he used to support arguments for exclusionary admissions policies could be interpreted as evidence for the need to provide additional support and resources to students whose backgrounds had not prepared them for the challenges they would face at Hogwarts. But Salazar's response to these methodological critiques revealed the depth of his commitment to beliefs that went far beyond educational policy into fundamental assumptions about the nature of human worth and social organization. He dismissed environmental explanations as examples of the kind of wishful thinking that prevented clear recognition of uncomfortable truths, accusing his colleagues of allowing sentiment to override rational analysis in ways that would ultimately harm everyone involved. The intensity of his convictions was troubling not just because of their content, but because of their emotional resonance. The passion with which he defended positions that seemed to engage aspects of his personality that had not been apparent during their earlier years of collaboration. This was not merely intellectual disagreement, but something approaching religious fervor, dedication to ideas that had become central to his identity in ways that made compromise or accommodation impossible. Helga's attempts to find middle ground between competing positions were frustrated by the increasing polarization that made any form of synthesis seem like betrayal of fundamental principles. Her natural inclination toward harmony and cooperation, which had served their partnership so well during the construction and early operation of their school, was inadequate for addressing conflicts that involved incompatible worldviews, rather than mere differences of opinion about practical matters. The strain was beginning to show in every aspect of their collaboration, from curriculum development meetings that became exercises in diplomatic navigation to social interactions that required careful attention to avoiding topics that might trigger renewed confrontation. The easy camaraderie that had once characterized their relationship was being replaced by formal politeness that maintained functional cooperation while acknowledging the growing distance between them. Students began to notice the tension among their professors, though they lacked the background knowledge necessary to understand its significance or predict its likely consequences. The house system that had been designed to provide different but complementary approaches to magical education was beginning to take on qualities of competition rather than cooperation, with Slytherin students absorbing subtle messages about their superiority over classmates whose blood was less pure or whose magical abilities were less refined. The influence of Salazar's changing attitudes was particularly apparent in the way his house students began to interact with their peers from other houses, displaying forms of arrogance and condescension that had not been present during the school's earlier years. Where once the different houses had represented different approaches to excellence, they were beginning to represent hierarchical relationships that reflected their founders' increasingly incompatible philosophies. Godric found himself spending increasing amounts of time addressing behavioral problems that seemed to stem from these changing dynamics, disciplining students whose actions reflected attitudes they were absorbing from the deteriorating relationships among their professors. The courage and chivalry he had hoped to instill in his house students was being tested by conflicts with peers who seemed to regard them as inferior based on criteria that had nothing to do with character or achievement. The situation reached a crisis point during their 7th year of operation, when a serious incident between students from different houses revealed how completely the founders' philosophical differences had begun to affect the school's social environment. A group of Slytherin students had used magic to humiliate a Muggle-born Gryffindor in ways that were both cruel and dangerous. Their actions apparently motivated by beliefs about blood purity that they had absorbed from subtle but persistent messages about their own superiority. The disciplinary proceedings that followed this incident became a proxy for the larger conflict that had been building among the founders, with each house head defending their students in ways that revealed their own positions on the underlying issues that had created the problem in the first place. What should have been a straightforward matter of addressing inappropriate behavior became an ideological battleground where competing worldviews struggled for dominance. Salazar's response to the incident was particularly revealing, as he focused not on the inappropriate methods his students had used, but on what he characterized as their legitimate concerns about the presence of inferior magical practitioners in an environment designed for excellence. The Muggle-born student who had been targeted was, in his view, representative of trends that threatened the very purposes their school was meant to serve. And while he could not condone the specific actions taken by his house students, he could understand the frustration that had motivated them. This response crystallized for his colleagues the recognition that their philosophical differences had evolved beyond mere disagreements about educational policy into fundamental conflicts about human dignity and social justice that could not be resolved through compromise or accommodation. Salazar was not simply advocating for higher academic standards or more selective admissions policies, but defending a worldview that classified people according to categories of worth that his colleagues found morally reprehensible. The confrontation that finally shattered their partnership occurred during the emergency faculty meeting convened to address the disciplinary incident and its broader implications for their school's future. What began as discussion of specific penalties and policy modifications evolved into the kind of fundamental debate about principles and values that makes continued cooperation impossible when participants discover they no longer share basic assumptions about right and wrong. Salazar's presentation of his position was comprehensive and unapologetic, a systematic argument for educational policies that would preserve Hogwarts as an institution dedicated to excellence rather than allowing it to degenerate into mediocrity through misguided inclusivity. He spoke with the passion of someone defending sacred truths against willful ignorance, using language that left no doubt about his conviction that blood purity was not mere preference but natural law that wise educators should acknowledge rather than futilely resist. His statistical evidence was overwhelming in its scope and meticulous in its documentation, drawn from centuries of family records that demonstrated correlations between bloodline purity and magical achievement that could not be explained by environmental factors alone. The patterns he described were consistent across different magical traditions and historical periods, suggesting underlying principles that transcended cultural variations or temporary social conditions. But it was his moral framework that proved most disturbing to his colleagues, the casual way he dismissed the individual worth of students whose magical abilities were constrained by inferior breeding. The clinical detachment with which he described policies that would effectively exclude entire categories of people from educational opportunities that could transform their lives. This was not mere elitism, but something approaching systematic dehumanization of those who failed to meet standards that were determined by accident of birth rather than personal achievement. Godric's response was immediate and comprehensive, a rejection of both Salazar's statistical arguments and the moral framework that supported them. He acknowledged that correlations between bloodline and achievement existed, but argued that they reflected historical inequities rather than natural superiorities, patterns that could be changed through inclusive policies rather than perpetuated through exclusionary ones. More fundamentally, he challenged the assumption that statistical patterns justified individual discrimination, pointing out that every student deserved evaluation based on their own potential rather than membership in categories that might predict average performance but could not determine individual worth. The Muggle-born girl whose application had started their current debate might indeed face challenges that pure-blood students would not encounter, but those challenges created obligations to provide additional support rather than excuses to deny opportunities that could help her overcome them. His moral arguments drew upon everything he had learned from his relationship with Ellen and her family, experiences that had taught him that worth was determined by character rather than breeding, that strength came from choices rather than inheritance, that the artificial barriers between communities served no purpose except to perpetuate inequities that benefited some at the expense of others. The school they had built together was meant to tear down such barriers rather than reinforce them through policies that disguised prejudice as educational standards. Rowena's contribution to the debate focused on the intellectual implications of Salazar's position, particularly the way his arguments relied upon assumptions that could not be tested through the methods he claimed to employ. His statistical evidence was impressive but incomplete, failing to account for variables that could explain his results, without requiring assumptions about inherent superiority or natural hierarchies that had never been subjected to rigorous investigation. More troubling was his apparent willingness to accept conclusions that supported his pre-existing beliefs while dismissing alternative explanations that challenged those beliefs, a pattern of reasoning that violated basic principles of scholarly investigation and logical analysis. This was not the kind of intellectual rigor that their school was meant to exemplify, but its opposite: the subordination of evidence to ideology in ways that corrupted the very purposes education was meant to serve. Helga's response was perhaps the most personal, drawing upon her years of experience treating patients from all backgrounds and her observations of how prejudice and discrimination affected both those who practiced them and those who suffered from them. She had seen firsthand how beliefs about inherent superiority created psychological damage that extended far beyond their immediate targets, poisoning communities and relationships in ways that diminished everyone involved. The healing work that had defined her approach to magic had taught her that human worth could not be measured by external characteristics, but only by the willingness to use whatever abilities one possessed in service of others. That strength came from compassion rather than dominance. That true excellence required humility and empathy rather than arrogance and exclusivity. The policies Salazar was advocating would corrupt their students' character, even as it protected their bloodlines, creating graduates whose magical abilities would be compromised by moral deficiencies that no amount of pure breeding could correct. The debate that followed these initial presentations continued through the night and into the following day, each participant defending their position with increasing passion as the stakes became clear and the possibilities for compromise disappeared. What had begun as discussion of educational policy evolved into examination of fundamental assumptions about human nature and social organization that revealed incompatibilities too deep to be bridged by goodwill or diplomatic skill. Salazar's final position was uncompromising in its clarity and devastating in its implications for their continued partnership. He would not compromise the educational standards that made their school valuable in pursuit of inclusivity that would ultimately destroy everything they had worked to create. If his colleagues insisted on admitting students whose magical abilities were constrained by inferior breeding, if they continued to ignore evidence that supported traditional restrictions on magical education, if they chose sentiment over reality in making decisions that affected their institution's future, then he could no longer participate in their collaboration. The ultimatum was delivered with dignity rather than anger, sadness rather than hostility, but it was absolute in its finality. He would not be party to policies that violated his deepest convictions about magical excellence and social responsibility, would not allow his name to be associated with educational approaches that would ultimately harm everyone they claimed to help, would not sacrifice principles that had guided his family for generations, in pursuit of harmony that required abandoning truth for the sake of popularity. The silence that followed this declaration was filled with recognition that their great experiment in collaborative education had reached its end, that philosophical differences that had seemed manageable during their early years had evolved into incompatible worldviews that made continued partnership impossible. The friendship that had sustained them through countless challenges and enabled achievements that none of them could have accomplished alone was not strong enough to survive the weight of disagreements about fundamental questions of justice and human worth. But even in that moment of dissolution, when the inevitability of separation had become clear to everyone involved, traces remained of the mutual respect and admiration that had once made their collaboration seem natural and permanent. They had created something remarkable together, had demonstrated that people with different approaches and philosophies could work together in pursuit of shared purposes, had built an institution that would outlast their individual contributions and serve purposes larger than any of their personal ambitions. The legacy of their partnership would continue, even after their collaboration ended, carried forward by students whose education had been shaped by all four founders, regardless of which house had claimed them, preserved in traditions and policies that reflected compromises and accommodations that were no longer possible, but which had once seemed natural expressions of their collective wisdom. The school they had built together would survive the conflicts that destroyed their personal relationships, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining commitment to excellence that all of them valued even when they could no longer agree on what excellence required. In the days that followed that final confrontation, as practical arrangements for Salazar's departure were negotiated with the careful politeness of diplomats ending a war neither side had wanted to fight, each of the remaining founders contemplated what they had gained and lost through their years of collaboration. The dream of perfect partnership had proved impossible to sustain, but the institution they had created together would continue to serve purposes that none of them could have achieved alone, a testament to both the possibilities and the limitations of collaborative vision in a world where good people could reach incompatible conclusions about what goodness required. The morning that would witness the destruction of the greatest friendship in magical history dawned grey and cold, as if the very heavens mourned what was about to unfold within the ancient walls where dreams had been born and nurtured into glorious reality before being shattered by the weight of irreconcilable differences. The castle that had once echoed with laughter and the excited voices of students discovering their potential now felt heavy with the kind of silence that precedes catastrophe, when even the stones themselves seem to hold their breath in anticipation of violence that will change everything forever. Godric Gryffindor had not slept during the night that preceded this terrible day, his mind churning with memories of better times when he and Salazar had stood together against common enemies, when their different approaches to magic and life had seemed complementary rather than contradictory, when friendship had made their collaboration feel effortless and natural, rather than the delicate diplomatic exercise it had become. Those memories felt like artifacts from another age, precious but painful reminders of what had been lost through the gradual erosion of trust and understanding that no amount of goodwill could restore. The challenge had been delivered with formal courtesy that masked the profound personal pain that both participants felt at the destruction of bonds that had once seemed unbreakable. Words chosen with careful precision to maintain dignity while acknowledging that their philosophical differences had grown beyond any possibility of peaceful resolution. Salazar's message, written in the elegant script that had once been as familiar and welcome as his own handwriting, spoke of honor and necessity, of principles that could not be compromised, and convictions that demanded action, even when such action would destroy everything they had built together. The duel would take place in the Great Hall where they had shared so many meals and celebrations, where they had planned curriculum and discussed the progress of individual students whose futures had been shaped by their collective wisdom and dedication. The irony was bitter beyond expression. This transformation of a space dedicated to learning and growth into an arena where former friends would attempt to destroy each other in pursuit of ideological purity that neither could abandon without feeling that they had betrayed everything that gave their lives meaning. The students had been evacuated from the castle, sent away with explanations that spoke of necessary maintenance and temporary closure, rather than the truth about philosophical warfare that threatened to tear apart the very foundations of their school. But the other professors and senior staff remained, understanding that they were about to witness something unprecedented in the history of magical education. A confrontation between two of the most powerful wizards of their age, whose conflict would determine not just their own fates but the future direction of the institution they had created together. Rowena stood in the gallery that overlooked the Great Hall, her scholarly mind attempting to analyze and understand, even as her heart broke at the sight of two men she loved preparing to destroy each other over principles that seemed less important than the friendship they were sacrificing. Her research into magical theory had taught her that some forces, once unleashed, could not be controlled or contained by even the most skilled practitioners. and she feared that what was about to unfold would release energies that would damage far more than just the two combatants who had chosen this path. Helga wept openly as she watched the preparations, her healer's instincts recognizing the futility of trying to mend wounds that were being deliberately inflicted by people who had once trusted each other completely. She had spent her life bringing peace to those who suffered, but this was pain that she could not ease, because it was being chosen rather than imposed, embraced as necessary consequence of moral conviction, rather than accepted as unavoidable result of circumstance beyond anyone's control. The Great Hall itself seemed to reflect the gravity of what was about to occur, its enchanted ceiling showing storm clouds that mirrored the emotional turbulence that filled the space below. The long tables where students had shared meals and friendships had been removed, leaving an empty expanse of stone floor that would serve as battlefield for a conflict that should never have reached this point, but which now seemed as inevitable as sunrise after the darkest night. When Godric entered the hall, his famous sword hanging at his side, and his face set in lines of grim determination that spoke of sleepless nights and painful decisions, he moved with the controlled grace of someone who had accepted what must be done while grieving for what was being lost. This was not the eager anticipation of a warrior seeking glory, but the resigned acceptance of someone who understood that duty sometimes demanded actions that brought no satisfaction, only the cold comfort of knowing that principles had been honored even at terrible cost. Salazar's arrival moments later was equally dignified and equally tragic, his bearing reflecting the same combination of resolve and regret that marked his opponent. He had dressed in the formal robes that he wore for the most important occasions, understanding that this confrontation would be remembered long after both participants had passed into history and legend. His wand, crafted from wood that had been seasoned in magical fires and enhanced with techniques passed down through generations of his family, seemed to pulse with accumulated power that spoke of bloodlines stretching back to the earliest days of organized magic. They faced each other across the empty hall, where they had once sat as colleagues and friends, the distance between them measured not in feet, but in the philosophical gulf that had opened gradually over years of accumulated disagreements and hardened positions. Each could see in the other's face traces of the person they had once known and trusted, but those familiar features were now transformed by convictions that made compromise impossible and reconciliation unthinkable. The formal words that preceded their combat were brief and ritualized, acknowledgements of respect that could coexist with absolute disagreement, recognitions that personal affection could survive, even when political cooperation had become impossible. They were not fighting because they hated each other, but because they loved their principles more than their friendship, a distinction that made their conflict more rather than less tragic in its inevitable unfolding. When the duel began, it was with the measured precision of masters who understood exactly what they were risking and what they hoped to achieve, each seeking to demonstrate the superiority of their worldview through applications of magical force that reflected their deepest beliefs about power and its proper uses. This was not the wild fury of street fighting, but the calculated violence of those who had spent decades perfecting their understanding of how magic could be used to impose will upon reality, and opponents who resisted such imposition. Godric's initial attacks were characterized by the straightforward approach that had marked his entire career, direct applications of force that sought to overwhelm his opponent through superior power rather than subtle maneuvering or tactical deception. His spells carried the weight of moral conviction, magic fueled by absolute certainty that he was defending principles worth any sacrifice, techniques that had been refined through years of combat against enemies who threatened innocent lives and civilized values. But Salazar was equally skilled and equally determined. his responses demonstrating the kind of strategic thinking that had made him invaluable during their years of collaboration, and which now made him perhaps the most dangerous opponent Godric had ever faced. His magic was more subtle but no less powerful, spells that sought to turn his opponent's strength against itself, through applications of leverage and misdirection that reflected profound understanding of both magical theory and human psychology. The hall that had once witnessed celebrations and ceremonies now became a showcase for magical combat at its most refined and deadly level, each spell and counterspell demonstrating capabilities that few wizards could match and fewer still could survive. The air itself seemed to crackle with released energy as fundamental forces were summoned and shaped by wills that refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat or compromise, while the ancient stones that formed the castle's foundation groaned under pressures they had never been designed to withstand. As the battle intensified, both combatants began to draw upon magical resources that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could safely channel without risking permanent damage to themselves and their surroundings. The spells they cast were not merely applications of learned techniques, but expressions of their deepest beliefs about the nature of reality and their roles in shaping it. Magic that derived its power from philosophical conviction rather than mere technical mastery. Godric's sword, the weapon that had been forged in goblin fires and tested in countless battles against enemies both human and supernatural, began to sing with harmonics that spoke of power awakening to meet extraordinary need. The blade that had been crafted to serve justice was responding to its bearer's moral conviction, adding its own accumulated wisdom and strength to the magical forces that he wielded with increasing desperation as he realized that his opponent's abilities exceeded even his highest estimates. Salazar's magic, meanwhile, was beginning to take on qualities that reflected the darker aspects of his philosophy, spells that drew upon traditions older and more dangerous than anything that had been taught in their school's curriculum. These were techniques that his pure-blood heritage had preserved through generations of careful secrecy, applications of power that required moral flexibility that his more idealistic opponent could never match, but which circumstances might now demand if victory was to be achieved. The turning point came when both wizards, pushed beyond their normal limits by the intensity of their conflict and the stakes involved, began to channel magical forces that exceeded anything they had previously attempted. The spells they cast were no longer merely individual expressions of will, but collaborative workings that drew upon the accumulated magical energy stored within the castle itself, power that had been building for years through the dedicated work of countless students and teachers who had contributed their own small additions to the great reservoir of force that now threatened to tear apart the very structure that contained it. The hall began to shake with tremors that spoke of fundamental damage to magical foundations that had been laid with such care during the castle's construction, while the enchanted ceiling flickered between images of destruction and renewal, as if unable to decide which future it was supposed to represent. The very air became dangerous to breathe as competing magical fields created areas of distorted reality, where normal physical laws no longer applied with their usual reliability. Yet neither combatant showed any sign of yielding or seeking the kind of accommodation that might have preserved both their lives and their friendship, each convinced that the principles at stake justified whatever risks their continued conflict might create. They were fighting not just for personal victory, but for competing visions of what their world should become, alternative futures that could not coexist, and which therefore demanded that one be destroyed so that the other might survive and flourish. The magical resonance that built between their competing spells created harmonics that no individual wizard should have been able to sustain, frequencies that spoke of power channeled beyond safe limits in pursuit of objectives that no victory could truly achieve. The castle itself became a participant in their conflict, its accumulated magical energy drawn into patterns that reflected the philosophical tensions that were tearing apart the unity that had once made everything possible. When the climax finally arrived, it came not through the decisive triumph of either participant, but through the mutual exhaustion that left both men standing in a hall that had been transformed from place of learning into monument to the destructive potential of irreconcilable differences. The stones around them bore scars that would never fully heal, while the magical energies they had released continued to echo through the castle's structure in ways that would affect its function for centuries to come. Neither had achieved the kind of victory that would validate their philosophical positions or justify the prices they had paid for their moral certitude, but both had demonstrated the depth of their commitment to principles that meant more to them than personal relationships or institutional harmony. They stood facing each other across wreckage that represented everything they had built together, breathing hard from exertions that had pushed their magical cores to the breaking point while accomplishing nothing except mutual destruction. The silence that followed the end of active combat was filled with recognition that their friendship had been as thoroughly destroyed as the physical space around them, that whatever personal affection might survive their ideological differences could never again provide foundation for the kind of collaboration that had made their school possible. They had proven that their convictions were stronger than their bonds to each other, but the proof had come at cost that made victory indistinguishable from defeat. Salazar spoke first, his voice carrying exhaustion that went beyond mere physical fatigue to encompass the spiritual weariness that comes from discovering that some conflicts have no resolution except separation. His words were carefully chosen to maintain dignity while acknowledging that their partnership had reached its end, that philosophical differences that had once seemed manageable had grown beyond any possibility of accommodation or compromise. He had fought honorably and well, using every resource at his disposal in pursuit of objectives that his convictions told him were essential for preserving everything valuable about magical civilization. But the outcome had demonstrated that conviction alone was insufficient when opposed by equally strong conviction, that moral certainty could create stalemate rather than victory when both sides possessed comparable power and determination. His decision to leave Hogwarts was presented not as retreat or admission of defeat, but as recognition that their school could not serve its intended purposes, while torn apart by fundamental disagreements among its founders. The institution they had created together deserved better than to become battlefield for conflicts that could not be resolved through reason or compromise, and his departure would allow the remaining founders to pursue their vision without the constant friction that his presence would inevitably create. But even in announcing his withdrawal from their collaboration, Salazar could not resist one final attempt to explain his position and justify the choices that had led to this moment of dissolution. His words carried pain that spoke of genuine regret for what was being lost, but they also reflected unshakable conviction that the principles he had defended were worth whatever sacrifice their defense might require, including the destruction of relationships that had once meant more to him than life itself. The look he gave Godric before turning to leave contained layers of meaning that years of friendship allowed each to read, despite the philosophical chasm that now separated them. There was anger, certainly, at positions that seemed to him willfully blind to obvious truths and dangerous realities. There was disappointment at the failure of someone he had respected to understand arguments that seemed clear and compelling to anyone willing to examine evidence objectively. But beneath the anger and disappointment lay something more complex and painful, a kind of bewildered sorrow at the discovery that people who had shared so much could reach such different conclusions about fundamental questions of right and wrong. This was not the clean break that follows betrayal, or the sharp pain that accompanies sudden loss, but the lingering ache that comes from watching something precious die slowly despite every effort to preserve it. As Salazar walked toward the great doors that would carry him away from everything he had helped to build, his footsteps echoing in the damaged hall like a funeral march for friendship that could not survive the weight of principle, he paused once to look back at the man who had been his closest collaborator and was now his philosophical opponent. The expression on his face in that moment would haunt Godric for the rest of his life, a mixture of love and loss and regret that spoke of connections that transcended ideological differences, while acknowledging that such connections were not always strong enough to bridge the gaps that moral conviction could create. The question that hung unspoken in the air between them was one that neither could answer. How had they come to this place where friendship was insufficient to overcome philosophical differences, where shared history and mutual respect had proven powerless against the force of incompatible convictions about fundamental questions of justice and human worth? The answer, if it existed, was buried beneath layers of gradual change and accumulated grievance that had transformed allies into enemies through processes so subtle that no one had recognized the danger until it was too late to prevent the catastrophe it had created. When the great doors finally closed behind Salazar's retreating figure, they seemed to seal not just his departure, but the end of an era when collaborative vision had made unprecedented achievements possible through the simple willingness of extraordinary individuals to work together despite their differences. What remained was a school that would continue to serve its educational mission, but which had lost something essential in the process, a unity of purpose that could never be fully restored, no matter how successful its future operations might prove to be. Godric stood alone in the damaged hall, surrounded by evidence of destruction that his own actions had helped to create, contemplating the price of moral conviction, and wondering whether the principles he had defended were worth the friendship he had sacrificed to preserve them. The sword at his side no longer sang with the harmonics of righteousness, but hung silent and heavy, a reminder that some victories came at costs that made triumph feel indistinguishable from defeat. The decision to remain at Hogwarts, to continue the work that he and his colleagues had begun, despite the absence of their fourth member, was not made from optimism about what could be achieved, but from simple recognition that the alternative, abandoning everything they had built, would make their sacrifices meaningless. The school would survive and eventually flourish, but it would do so as monument to both the possibilities and the limitations of collaborative vision in a world where good people could reach irreconcilable conclusions about what goodness required. In the years that followed, as new students came to learn and grow within walls that still bore scars from that terrible confrontation, Godric would often return to the Great Hall and remember the man who had once sat beside him planning curricula and discussing the future with shared enthusiasm and hope. The memory was painful but necessary, a reminder that even the strongest bonds could be broken by the weight of principle, that friendship was precious precisely because it was fragile, and that the unity they had briefly achieved was worth mourning, even as they worked to preserve what remained of their original vision. The legacy of that final duel would echo through the centuries that followed, shaping the culture of Hogwarts in ways both obvious and subtle, creating traditions of house competition that reflected the philosophical tensions that had destroyed the founders' unity, while also providing structure within which students could learn to respect differences rather than allow them to become sources of destructive conflict. The school had survived the loss of one of its creators, but it had been forever changed by the process, marked by the understanding that even the most noble enterprises could be threatened by the very convictions that made them valuable in the first place. The empty chair in the faculty meeting room where Salazar had once offered his insights and challenges would remain vacant for the rest of Godric's life, a silent reminder of what had been lost and what might have been preserved if wisdom had been sufficient to overcome the momentum of philosophical difference and personal pride. The conversations that took place around that table would forever be incomplete, lacking the perspective that only he could have provided, diminished by the absence of someone whose disagreements had once made their agreements stronger and more thoughtful. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of that final confrontation was the demonstration it provided that institutions could survive the conflicts that destroyed their creators, that shared purpose could transcend individual personality and philosophical difference when embodied in structures and traditions that honored the best intentions of all involved. Hogwarts would continue to serve students whose lives were enriched by contact with ideas and approaches that reflected all four founders' contributions, preserving their collective wisdom even when their personal relationships had proven unable to withstand the pressures of absolute conviction. In the end, the duel that shattered one of the greatest friendships in magical history also demonstrated the strength of what they had built together, the resilience of ideas and institutions that were larger than any individual personality or philosophical position. The school they had created as monument to collaboration had become testament to the possibility that legacy could survive betrayal, that shared dreams could outlast personal conflicts, and that the future could honor the past even when the past included failures and tragedies that no amount of regret could undo or repair. The autumn years of Godric Gryffindor's life unfolded like pages in a book whose ending had been written in invisible ink, each day revealing new lines of a story whose ultimate meaning could only be understood when viewed from the perspective that comes with approaching the final chapter. The man who had once been driven by grief and rage into acts of legendary courage had evolved into something rarer and more precious, a teacher whose greatest victories were measured not in enemies defeated, but in young minds awakened to possibilities they had never imagined, futures shaped by wisdom earned through decades of struggle and sacrifice. The Hogwarts that emerged from the ruins of the founders' shattered partnership was both diminished and strengthened by what it had endured, like a tree that grows more beautiful after surviving storms that would have destroyed lesser specimens. The castle bore permanent scars from that terrible duel between former friends, places where the stones would never quite heal completely, chambers where the magical resonance still echoed with harmonics of conflict that reminded all who passed through them of the price that conviction could exact when pushed beyond the boundaries of wisdom and restraint. Yet those very scars became part of the school's identity, reminders that even the most noble enterprises must sometimes endure trials that test whether their foundations are strong enough to support the weight of human passion and philosophical certainty. Students would pass those damaged walls and understand, perhaps without fully realizing it, that the institution they attended had been built by people who cared so deeply about their principles that they were willing to destroy their friendships in defense of what they believed to be right. The three remaining founders adapted to their changed circumstances with the resilience that had made their original collaboration possible, each taking on additional responsibilities while working to preserve the essential spirit that had made their experiment successful despite its internal contradictions. Rowena threw herself into curriculum development with even greater intensity, creating educational programs that would challenge students to think for themselves while providing them with the intellectual tools necessary for such independence. Her library became a shrine to learning that drew scholars from across the magical world, a repository of knowledge that grew with each passing year as new discoveries were added to ancient wisdom. Helga expanded her focus from individual healing to community building, working to create the kind of inclusive environment where students from different backgrounds could learn from each other while maintaining their individual identities and cultural traditions. Her kitchens became gathering places where house divisions seemed less important than shared humanity, where conversations across traditional boundaries created understanding that formal lessons could never achieve. The house system that had once threatened to become source of permanent division was gradually transformed into celebration of different approaches to excellence rather than hierarchy of worth. But it was Godric who bore the heaviest burden of adaptation, forced to confront not only the practical challenges of running a school with reduced leadership, but also the emotional weight of knowing that his own actions had contributed to the dissolution of their partnership. The sword that hung at his side carried new meaning now, no longer symbol of simple righteousness, but reminder of the complexity that attended every moral choice. The understanding that even those who fought for justice could find themselves in opposition to others whose dedication to justice was equally sincere but differently expressed. His teaching methods evolved to reflect these hard-won insights, moving beyond simple instruction in courage and determination toward more nuanced exploration of what these virtues meant when applied to situations where clear answers were not available and good intentions could lead to tragic outcomes. He spoke to his students about the importance of humility in the face of moral certainty, the need to question their own motivations even as they acted upon their convictions, the recognition that true bravery sometimes required admitting error rather than defending positions that might be wrong despite feeling absolutely right. The students who learned under his guidance during these later years received education that was richer and more complex than anything their predecessors had experienced. Instruction that prepared them not just for the relatively straightforward challenges of defeating obvious evil, but for the more difficult task of navigating a world where good people could reach incompatible conclusions about what goodness required. They learned to argue without hatred, to disagree without demonization, to hold strong convictions while remaining open to the possibility that they might be mistaken about important matters. The reputation that had once focused on Godric's prowess in battle gradually shifted toward recognition of his wisdom as educator and moral guide, someone who could help young people develop the kind of character that would serve them well, regardless of what specific challenges they might face in their adult lives. His former students, now making their own contributions to magical society, carried with them approaches to leadership and citizenship that reflected his evolved understanding of what strength and courage truly meant when applied to the complex realities of civilized life. The House of Gryffindor that he shaped during these years became known not just for producing brave warriors, but for graduating individuals who understood that courage without wisdom was merely recklessness, that true strength required compassion as well as determination, that leadership meant service rather than domination. These lessons were taught not through lectures but through example, as students observed how their professor dealt with the daily challenges of running a school while maintaining his principles despite the temptation to compromise, when compromise might have made everything easier. The magical innovations that had characterized his earlier years continued during this period, but their focus shifted from weapons and defenses toward tools that could enhance education and understanding. He developed techniques for preserving and transmitting memories that would allow future generations to learn from experiences that could not be repeated, methods for creating magical simulations that could provide safe practice with dangerous situations, enchantments that could reveal the emotional and psychological states that influenced decision-making in ways that purely rational analysis could not detect. But perhaps his most important innovation during this period was the refinement of the connection between the Sorting Hat and his legendary sword, creating a system that would ensure his values and insights continued to influence the school's culture long after his own voice had been silenced by time. The consciousness that dwelt within that simple pointed hat was expanded and enhanced through additional magical workings that incorporated not just his memories, but his evolving understanding of what those memories meant, the lessons that could be drawn from a lifetime of mistakes and achievements, triumphs and tragedies, that had taught him more about the nature of heroism than any book or formal instruction could have provided. The sword itself was modified to serve not just as weapon of last resort, but as teacher that could provide guidance to those who proved worthy of its recognition, a tool that would challenge its bearers to live up to the highest standards, while supporting them through the inevitable failures and setbacks that accompanied any serious attempt to serve justice in a world where justice was often contested and always expensive. The blade would remember every hand that had wielded it, every cause it had served, every victory and defeat that had shaped its understanding of what courage meant when applied to real situations rather than theoretical challenges. As his 70th birthday approached, Godric began to feel the weight of years in ways that went beyond mere physical decline, to encompass a kind of spiritual exhaustion that came from spending a lifetime caring deeply about outcomes that he could influence but never completely control. The students who graduated each year carried with them pieces of his wisdom and dedication, but they also took their own interpretations of his lessons into a world that would test those interpretations in ways he could not predict or prepare them for. The correspondence he maintained with former students revealed both the successes and the failures of his educational approach. Stories of young people who had applied his teachings to achieve remarkable things, balanced by accounts of others who had struggled to translate classroom lessons into practical solutions for complex problems. He took pride in the achievements while accepting responsibility for the failures, understanding that even the best education could not guarantee positive outcomes when applied by imperfect humans to situations that demanded more wisdom than any individual possessed. The annual ceremonies where new students were sorted into houses became increasingly meaningful to him during these years, opportunities to witness the continuation of work that had begun with his own grief-stricken vow to create something worthy of Ellen's memory. Each young face that looked up at the hat with mixture of excitement and anxiety reminded him of his own youth, the uncertainty that had driven him to seek meaning through adventure and conflict before teaching him that the most important battles were often fought in quieter venues where victory was measured in lives improved rather than enemies defeated. The hat itself had evolved during the decades since its creation, its consciousness growing more sophisticated through exposure to thousands of young minds, while maintaining the essential characteristics that had made it effective in its unique role. The conversations Godric held with his creation during private moments revealed a personality that combined aspects of all four founders while possessing wisdom that none of them had achieved individually, understanding that came from observing patterns across generations, rather than being limited to single lifetimes of experience. These discussions often focused on questions of legacy and continuity, practical concerns about how the school should adapt to changing circumstances, while maintaining fidelity to the principles that had justified its founding. The magical world was evolving in ways that none of the original founders had anticipated. Social and political developments that created new challenges for institutions that had been designed to serve more stable circumstances. The hat's perspective on these changes was both broader and more detailed than any individual viewpoint could provide, drawing upon observations of how different approaches to similar problems had worked out across multiple generations of students and teachers. Its recommendations for adaptation were typically conservative in the best sense, favoring modifications that preserved essential functions while allowing for necessary adjustments to changing conditions. But the hat also served as repository for memories and insights that Godric feared might be lost if he failed to find ways to preserve them for future generations who would face challenges he could not imagine. The consciousness that dwelt within that humble piece of cloth had become his most important creation, the vessel through which everything he had learned about courage and justice and the proper use of power could be transmitted to those who would come after him. The process of preparing for his own eventual departure from the school required forms of wisdom that had never been taught in any curriculum, understanding of how to let go of responsibilities he had carried for so long that they felt like essential parts of his identity. The recognition that institutions could survive and even flourish after losing their founders was both comforting and humbling, proof that individual contributions were valuable but not irreplaceable when embodied in structures and traditions that honored their essential purposes while adapting to new circumstances. His final years at Hogwarts were marked by increasing delegation of day-to-day responsibilities to younger colleagues whose energy and fresh perspectives could serve the school better than his own accumulated wisdom and gradually declining physical capabilities. This transition was managed gradually and carefully, ensuring that institutional memory was preserved while allowing new leadership to develop the confidence and authority necessary for effective governance. The students who attended during this transitional period witnessed something remarkable and educational in its own right. The sight of someone who had achieved legendary status learning to step back gracefully while remaining available for guidance and support when needed. They saw that true leadership sometimes required knowing when to follow, that wisdom included understanding one's own limitations, that even heroes grew old and had to prepare others to carry on work that was larger than any individual contribution. The death that finally came for Godric Gryffindor arrived not as dramatic conclusion to a life of adventure, but as natural ending to a story that had been well lived and purposefully directed toward goals that outlasted the individual who had pursued them. He died in his sleep during a winter night when snow covered the castle grounds like a blanket of peace, surrounded by colleagues and former students whose presence testified to the impact he had made through decades of dedicated service to ideals that had grown richer and more complex through the process of being lived rather than merely proclaimed. The funeral that followed was attended by representatives from every corner of the magical world, people whose lives had been touched directly or indirectly by his influence, students who had learned from him and teachers who had learned from his students, officials and citizens who recognized that something important had been lost with his passing. But the ceremony was also celebration of continuation rather than mere mourning for what had ended, acknowledgement that the values he had embodied would persist in the institution he had helped to create and the people he had influenced through his example. The sword that had been his most famous possession was not buried with him but remained at Hogwarts, waiting in magical stasis for the next person who would prove worthy of its recognition. The hat continued its annual sorting duties, its consciousness carrying forward not just his memories, but his evolving understanding of what those memories meant for each new generation of students who would face their own challenges and create their own legacies. The House of Gryffindor that bore his name became perhaps his most important monument, not a static memorial but living testament to the possibility that courage could be taught and learned, that heroism could be cultivated through education and example rather than simply inherited through bloodline or discovered through accident. The students who were sorted into his house would carry forward traditions that honored his memory while adapting his teachings to circumstances he had never encountered and challenges he could not have anticipated. In the decades that followed his death, as Hogwarts continued to grow and evolve while maintaining its essential character and mission, Godric's influence could be seen in countless small decisions and daily choices that reflected the values he had worked to instill in the school's culture. Former students who had learned from him became teachers themselves, passing along lessons they had absorbed not just from formal instruction but from observing how he approached the complex challenges of leadership and moral choice. The stories that were told about him evolved over time, acquiring the kind of legendary embellishment that accompanies figures whose lives have captured popular imagination. But beneath the dramatic accounts of battles fought and enemies defeated lay more important truths about the possibility of growth and change, the power of education to transform both individuals and societies, the understanding that true heroism was more often found in quiet service than in dramatic gestures. The institution he had helped to found became his living legacy, proof that collaborative vision could create something that outlasted the individuals who had conceived it, that shared dedication to worthy purposes could overcome even the kinds of philosophical differences that had destroyed the original partnership among the founders. Hogwarts served students for centuries after his death, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining commitment to excellence in magical education that honored all four founders' contributions despite their personal conflicts. The magical devices he had created or enhanced continued to serve the school's purposes long after their creator had been laid to rest. The sorting hat, making decisions that reflected his wisdom, while the sword appeared when circumstances called for the kind of courage he had embodied throughout his life. These artifacts became bridges between past and future, ways for each generation to benefit from accumulated experience while facing their own unique challenges with tools that had been tested by time and proven worthy of continued trust. But perhaps the most important aspect of Godric's legacy was the demonstration he provided that individuals could indeed make differences that outlasted their own lives, that dedication to principles larger than personal comfort or advancement could create changes that benefited countless others who would never know the names of those who had made their opportunities possible. The school that educated young witches and wizards for centuries after his death was built upon foundations of sacrifice and service that he had helped to establish, maintained through traditions that reflected his understanding of what education should accomplish when guided by wisdom and sustained by love. In the end, the boy who had sought to prove his courage through combat against a mountain troll had become something far more valuable, an educator whose influence extended far beyond any single victory or defeat to encompass entire approaches to learning and growth that would shape magical society for generations. The pointed hat that had begun as symbol of his beloved's dreams for unity between divided communities had become instrument for creating exactly the kind of understanding and cooperation she had envisioned, bringing together young people from different backgrounds and helping them discover that their differences were sources of strength rather than division. The legacy of Godric Gryffindor lived on not in statues or monuments, but in the continued existence of an institution that proved every day that his vision of what magical education could accomplish was not mere idealism but practical, possibility that required only dedication and wisdom to achieve. Every student who learned to be brave, every graduate who used their abilities in service of others, every person who chose to stand up for justice despite personal cost was living proof that his life had mattered in ways that no single achievement could have accomplished. The castle that had been built to honor his dreams continued to serve those dreams long after he had passed into the realm of memory and legend, its ancient stones still echoing with voices of students who discovered their potential through contact with traditions he had helped to establish. The future would bring new challenges and different forms of darkness, but it would also provide new opportunities for the kind of courage and wisdom he had spent his life trying to foster in others, ensuring that his greatest victory was not any battle he had won, but the continuing existence of a place where such battles could be prepared for through education that honored both knowledge and character as equally essential foundations for meaningful life. And so, dear dreamer, Our tale of the lion-hearted founder draws to its gentle close as the embers of ancient fires settle into warmth that will comfort you through the quiet hours ahead. In the tapestry of dreams that awaits beyond waking thought, may you find echoes of Godric's unwavering courage, the understanding that true bravery lies not in the absence of fear, but in choosing to act with kindness when the world grows cold and dark. His legacy lives on in every choice to stand for justice, every moment when compassion triumphs over convenience, every quiet act of heroism that goes unsung but changes everything for someone who needed protection they could not provide for themselves. Rest now in the knowledge that somewhere in the magical realm, the Sorting Hat keeps its patient vigil, while the sword of Gryffindor waits in timeless readiness, both carrying forward the wisdom of a man who learned that the greatest victories are won not on battlefields but in the hearts of those brave enough to choose hope over hatred, understanding over fear, love over the easy comforts of indifference. Sleep peacefully, noble soul, wrapped in the gentle courage of one who proved that even the humblest pointed hat can become a crown when worn with honor, and dream of castles where learning never ends and bravery always finds its reward.